their painful situations and, you know, overcome addictions and their struggles. After a really traumatic experience a few years ago at a music festival, I returned home and my mom told me that she needed to tell me something, and I wasn't sure what it was, and she told me that my biological father had passed away.
Hello, everyone. We are live now. Thank you for being here. It's Ndeye speaking. We have Luciana today, and we have Alexandra. Eventually, we're going to have Daniel joining us soon. Thank you for being here, and thank you for liking the page. Last time I checked, we were more than like 210 likes. Thank you so much. Feel free to share and enjoy our smoothies. So I'll go first. Today, I have my smoothie. I have a new cup, like I showed you yesterday, but I did not have the top yesterday. So now in this smoothie, I have lychee. I love lychee. I have also banana. I have melon, the one from Guatemala, one of the cheapest I have right now from Costco. Okay. I have also my protein shake, and it's made of cinnamon, which is the one I love the most. But next, I'm going to for the chocolate. So today I have this mix. It's amazing, and I'm going to try and let you know what you think. You could feel the lychee. It gives it an exotic taste. And also the melon from Guatemala give it another taste that's really special. And the banana is just there to kind of give it a sugary taste to it, like the banana. And the protein is barely, I can't feel it. It's just like, it's just a fruit, a normal fruit smoothie. Who's going to go next? Luciana, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Today I make a new one. It looks like chocolatey, but not so chocolate with a hint of pink. So this, I put half banana, half a cup of organic strawberries, and 1 scoop of vanilla protein, which is vegan protein, and 1 scoop of chocolate. So I'm making a strawberry banana chocolate vanilla. So it is so good, so good. And I put some superfoods in it. I put the blend of hemp, flax, and chia. And I put a powdered multivitamins and minerals. And also I put vegan fiber. So it's a complete meal. And if I can drink this in half an hour, I'm ready to go on a picnic and a bike ride. Or like picnic maybe later, bike ride first, then eat again. But it will give me a lot of energy and I feel like flat tummy. It's not so bloated. It's not bloated. It's not, you know, when you consume a heavy meal, you feel need to sit down. So this one, I'm ready to go.
Nice. Alexandra?
Oh, no, Alexandra, then we drink later.
I like the purple color, so I'm always trying to do something purple. So today I have, again, my almond milk, strawberry protein. I wanted to change the taste today. Blackberries and fiber multivitamins. And I added on top, flaxseed also. Coconut, nuts, and some goji seeds just for the topping.
Wow. That should be a rich taste.
And banana, half of it.
Yeah.
And wait, my fruits.
Snack.
This is my complete meal, actually.
What's the snack? What's inside? I saw a banana.
Blackberries and banana.
Nice.
Can you see
and
it?
No butter, no almond butter today?
Still peanut butter.
But
Oh yeah, the peanut butter.
Because you
the delivery.
So, yes, I did a 1 hour and a half almost workout this morning. So this is again my first meal.
Awesome.
So I'm really, really excited for my smoothie.
Wow. Is that why you look so good? Is that your secret?
I don't see
it's your secret.
Lucy.
You look so good because.
So I'm gonna taste it.
Okay, let's taste it. Let's taste it.
It's super, super smooth. I love it. I really love the nuts.
Do you feel it?
Yeah, I added a few nuts on top just to give you that crunchy taste. I love it.
I cannot wait. Next time I'm gonna put almond butter in the smoothies because a friend of mine, she
So
told
this
me.
is my everyday.
I'll probably move to the purple one.
Purple.
You move to the purple one?
Frozen.
Sorry?
Lucian, I can't hear you.
Oh no, I'm not
I cannot
talking.
hear you.
I was looking for you because you want to move to the purple one.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Is it working?
I think that is frozen. So I was.
Yeah, because I was saying I'm going to move to the purple one probably next week. I'm going to mix it with the chocolate protein. I think it would be way nicer. And last time it was giving me a taste of mocha. I don't know why it kind of turned the chocolate taste. Mocha. Yeah, kind of like you have this mocha taste.
Yeah.
And it's really weird, but that's how it is. It's just that amazing taste. It's just surprising. So next week probably.
Okay, nice.
So today we're going to talk about what to put in your plate while we are going to enjoy our smoothies. I'm going to put Rustiana in a higher, a bigger, yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you are all set to tell us about what to put in the plate. And then we're going to show a small slideshow about it and discuss also what kind of product you should buy. So we are hearing you, Luciana, for the introduction before we have the slideshow.
Yeah, sure. I have sent some pictures of my previous meals to Ndeye. And if you can see later on, so me as a mom, so cooking is something that I
think we lost Alexandra.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna continue. I think Alexandra knows what I do. So as a mom, I'm like trying to cook every day if I can. Depends. Sometimes if we go outside, like have the picnic, or if we are invited to somebody's house, I don't. But when at home, I cook every day. So for those of you who doesn't really enjoy cooking, or cooking is not your best talent, then it can be a chores. But and one of them is me. I don't really like spending a lot of time to cook before, and cooking is really not my talent. So but if I have a recipes, I'll do it, and I follow recipes. So I am the recipes girls. But when I was given like a little bit of challenge, like, okay, you can only use this kind of ingredients, or go open your fridge and just cook whatever you see over there in your fridge that almost expired, that is what I'm gonna cook for today. So usually when I go groceries, I didn't have like a grocery list or what can I cook. So I just gonna buy according to what we discussed, like yesterday, reading labels, go to the groceries, you see what's organic. And I really do buy something on special. So my idea come out when I do my groceries, and my idea come back again at home, what to cook when I open my fridge depends on what is gonna be expired soon. So I don't want to throw away food. So but in order to do that, I have like a list of things that I follow, how I cook and my meal and what I use. So I have that list, and the list is based on what I already shared with you yesterday, the 5 ingredients that I avoid. When I said I avoid, it means that I will not that I never use that forever. I just avoid them. So if I need to use it, it's fine, but I will avoid it as much as I can if I have an alternative. So I made a list of what I avoid and what is the alternative. So I cook based on the list, and I print it out. I put it on my fridge, and it is so helpful. It become my recipes of cooking, and I become creative in the sense of how can I follow this list and what I found in the fridge and cook the meal that I can cook that day. And I search recipes online. So when I need anything based on what I have and the recipes that I found, and I see if I can replace anything from that recipes based on what I have. So far it works really well. It sounds complicated, but it's really not, because it's a matter of habit and knowing what you get. So you have already things in your fridge, you have a list to follow, and you have a recipes in front of you. Let's say the recipe said fried rice and they use white rice, and I don't have white rice at home. I love white rice, don't get me wrong, but at home I have brown rice. So I just replace the white rice to brown rice, right? And for the protein, my kids and I, we try not to cook meat at home. So we want to try to be a vegetarian, not vegan, but we still eat egg. We still have eggs. So we will try to replace the protein. Let's say this is chicken. I will use organic tofu, not very often, maybe once, like a couple of months. But most often I use beans. Beans also can taste like meat. Like you can cook it as if it's meat. You can crush it, you can make cube, you can make so many things out of it based on my experience. Sometimes it takes some recipes gonna take more time, but most of the recipes are really fast and simple. I just didn't know that. So I do that kind of like alternative in order to create what's in my plate. So it's like from groceries to my plate. So in my plate, in the recent years, I think last year or 2 years ago, the government, early last year, the government of Canada, Santé Canada, Health Canada, we changed now the food pyramid. It means taught in every institution and school. Even my children know that. The government now encourage whole food approach. So you eat a lot of greens, a lot of whole foods, less processed, less dairy, and less meat. That is amazing. Like we're going plant-based eventually if you want, but even now everybody knows like eating less meat is good for your health, less sugar, less fats, right? But we still need sugar, don't get me wrong, you still need fat. Our brain is made of 95% brain. The brain is fat. We need good fat. We need omega-3 and omega-6. We need good cholesterol. So a lot of people, when they think cholesterol is bad, it is not. We need that. Fat is bad. It is not. We need that. But they are good and bad. Not so good. So what I do is I follow the Canadian guideline too. It's very similar to already I have been practicing. Half of the plate, you have to have that greens and fiber and whole food and fruit, vegetables, basically green vegetables, non-starchy if you can. So potatoes, for example, is not vegetables. It doesn't consider vegetables. It's considered like heavy a carbohydrate, right? But I don't use potatoes if I avoid it. Like sometimes I do, but most of the time I use sweet potatoes or turnip or yam, the purple color. Yam, taro, yes, taro. So there is a lot of alternative. So half of the plate supposed to be green. If you can have that, the salad, fresh uncooked vegetable is the best. Broccoli, celery, carrots, arugula, mixed spring salads, cucumbers, tomatoes. Cherry tomatoes is very fancy to eat. So half of my plate will be green, and a quarter of my plate will be carbohydrates. It can be anything from sweet potatoes, quinoa, brown rice pasta, quinoa pasta. You can even make your patties from beans. So those are carbohydrate. And then the rest, you can have meat if you have the grilled chicken, grilled tofu if you want. You can even put mushrooms. Mushroom? Oh, I found mushroom, like I can do so much with mushrooms. So many recipes like peas, carrots, beets. There's so many, and so half will be green, half will be your carbohydrate, another half will be fats and protein. So you can put the protein and the fat. I mix it together. You can put like avocado. You can put a lot of like drizzle with oils, a lot of alternatives that I can go on and go on.
And when it's about avocado, what kind of dressing you use for avocado?
What kind of what?
Dressing.
What kind of dressing?
Oh, I don't buy fancy dressing in the store. I either don't use dressing or I make my own. Very, very simple. Apple cider vinegar, olive oil, and or lemon juice or lime juice. That's all. I don't use dressing most of the time. So we eat it raw. Remember when you have what I told you, like when you kind of like change your palate, change your healthy lifestyle, and you try to eat as clean, and then your tongue also change the palate. You will taste the greens like it's so flavorable already on its own. Try to eat a cucumber that you just pick from the plant. You don't need anything to eat cucumber. It's really just good, just like that. So I usually just sprinkle with olive oil or apple cider vinegar mix, okay, and then with some lime or lemon juice, just squeeze it. But most of the time I don't. I know I go to the extreme, but my son, he loves dressing. I do have recipes of a good salad dressings that I can share. And it tastes like the one that you bought, but less sugar and no preservatives. Really good.
Nice.
That's it. I think if you can just follow the rule of thumbs and based on what you buy from the groceries, you will basically know what to do. Because it's really, sometimes we cook, I cook with my eyes, what I can see, and I do it. But if you have, okay, I cook with my eyes, right? So half have to be green color, and your protein and your carbohydrate. And the challenge for me is, as an Asian, I'm from Indonesia. I have so many recipes, soup and everything, that it's challenging. But whatever I do, I will do 2 plates. So, like, let's say I have a chicken soup, for example. Let's say I cook chicken. We'll try not to eat meat, but when we do once in a month or 2 times, I have that. Maybe it's chicken bones, maybe just nothing. It's just I'm gonna put the chicken broth that I bought, which is non-GMO and organic. So I make like a chicken soup with just like a few vegetables, and I put brown rice, and I put a big plate of salad. So if you combine it all, it is become that plate too. So you can have like 2 plates, soup and salad. Or I like to make potage, a lot of potage, mixed bean potage, sweet potato potage, and I put during fall, I cook a lot of squash, pumpkin, anything I can find locally. I always prioritize to buy what is in season. That is also something that I think make my life easier.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The fact that you have the melon in Costco right now, it's really cheap, and it's the seasonal one. Yeah. And I had a watermelon yesterday just for hydration.
Yeah. You see, I'm passionate to talk about food for somebody who don't really enjoy cooking that much, but I find joy to finish what I have in the fridge to cook it for the day. Like today, I'm gonna make brown rice, fried rice, Indonesian style, that still follow my guideline. But I can have a lot of salad in there.
So what's the Indonesian style?
The Indonesian
you have to explain, because if you are not Indonesian, you don't know.
Well, Indonesian fried rice, I called it because we use one secret ingredients. We call it the sweet sauce, and the brand is ABC. So in Indonesian language, you call it kecap manis ABC. ABC is ABC. So that is like secret ingredient. You don't put a lot, but you have to put that to have that smell and that taste. Yeah. So that's it. I can have a lot to share. But
have to try that one.
Okay, I can share as well.
Okay, Alexandra.
I'm a bit opposite because I actually don't follow recipes. I don't like following recipes.
You're a creative chef, not me.
So for me, I followed the structure really of the healthy living program that I've been on. And it's exactly what Luciana said. Half of my plate would always be veggies. And since I'm almost vegan, I'm still eating eggs, but my protein is always either lentils, beans, peas. So I go with plant-based protein. And always like good fat, which is avocado.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be like, that is kind of my structure. And I play with different veggies, but I follow always that plate shape and percentage on. And of course, I add also quinoa sometimes because it's a good protein as well, and carb. Brown rice, very little. I try to avoid brown rice unless I eat pasta. I really like gluten-free pasta once in a while. I lived in Italy, so I need to give myself that gift and have sometimes some pasta. And I love salads as well, so sometimes I make salads with a lot of different veggies. I add my boiled eggs,
what's the different
avocado.
veggies?
So organic eggs, peppers. I like carrots, beets, seeds, different seeds. I could add flaxseed. I could add what's it called? I forgot the name. Hemp seed. Yes, hemp seed. Avocado oil or olive oil. Tomato, cucumber. Avocado is always there in my plate. What else? And or even sometimes I make an omelet on the side and make like a really nice colorful salad with a nice omelet and spinach and mushrooms. So I make my huge protein plate. And I eat 2 meals a day like that. Sometimes I even replace.
Yeah, I like to have omelets with green in it.
Yeah, exactly. And I also love soups. So I make my veggie soup with, for example, red lentils, carrots, celery, onion, garlic, of course. And I will add quinoa or millet as well. So I have all the nutrients that I need. So yeah, I don't really follow recipes. I just follow the structure of healthy living. And again, same as Rusi, I avoid certain group of ingredients, the ones that she mentioned, and I replace them with the better version of it. So I really feel light all the time, and I avoid gluten. I will have my pizza once in a while, of course, because I love pizza. It's my favorite meal. And I will allow myself that. But I honestly live like 90% of my time with following this structure. And again, sometimes I even have 2 smoothies a day with protein powder, and I just eat one time. And that could be just lunch, and I'll replace my dinner with my shake when I don't want to.
And do you feel like you miss some energy when you do just one meal a day, Alexandra?
No, absolutely not. No, because my protein smoothie will be very dense in nutrients, and it fills me a lot. And actually, I don't feel hungry. I feel very, very light, and it also like helps me shrink a little bit when maybe I have my days and I eat my pizza, and the next day, okay, now it's time to get back on track. So I'm very careful. I've always been very careful with.
And how often do you get out of the truck? How often do you go for pizza or junk food?
Actually, not that much. I will go. Lately, it's been once a week pizza, but I eat.
Oh, but you order, right? You don't go to pizza because they're all closed right now.
And sometimes, like when the restaurants were open, I would go maybe more often to eat out and have maybe French fries, but the sweet potato ones, because I love sweet potato and it's also a better carb. So that would be my junk food, basically. Not too very extreme. I'm not really into heavy meals. So for me, like eating French fries, it's already like getting off track. Yeah, I know it sounds a bit weird, but that's the furthest furthest I can go on the junk food. And to be honest, like, because I've been on this healthy living lifestyle for quite a while, almost a year now, when I put something that is not making me feel good, I feel it right away, and I just want to go back to my program right away, like to my healthy lifestyle. It's not worth the compromise, to be honest. It's not worth the compromise because
It's true.
it doesn't give me that good feeling about myself.
Lucy, I have a question.
Inside.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would.
What if you buy, the pizza ready, this one you do at home, and you add your ingredient in it? Is it something that would be healthy, like you make your own pizza?
You know what I do? I bought the quinoa flour. And because quinoa flour is gluten-free, is very, very light, and I make a sort of like tortilla. So it's kind of like my pizza replacement.
That's
when
so
I
cool.
want to go healthy. So when I'm craving for, let's say, pizza, I could make a sort of a pizza with quinoa flour, which is super, super light, and you can add on top. And it's very easy to make, honestly. It's just water, olive oil, and quinoa flour. But you need to know how to mix it, because I tried a couple of times and I messed up. But it's adding water slowly, slowly to get the good consistency that you can actually make. Almost like a tortilla, a type of thickness, and then you just add it into the oven. So it's really light, very good, and I can add even vegan cheese on top. So I have that, and maybe tomato sauce, and that's it. It's super simple for me, but
it's
if
so fun.
really
I can do
crave
something like that with
for
my
something
kids.
like pizza, and I don't want to eat the regular pizza, I will go for that alternative. But if I want to eat a good pizza, I'll just go to my favorite restaurant and just enjoy it.
Yes. Good. Interesting. I want to make my own pizza right now.
So, Lucy, what do you think? Is it possible to buy the pizza craft, with the pasta already ready, and you have to add your own ingredient? Would it be something that could be healthy?
Yeah, probably. But I just never bought a pizza crust only. So I never do that. But I'd rather do it. If you want to do that pizza, maybe just do it on your own, like from scratch. Look, just like what Alexander said, it's super simple, and I think it's doable. I don't. Pizza is something that I have never tried. I need the recipe. So if the recipe is simple, I'll do it. But I do heard of a place who sell pizza.
But I mean, the ingredient we're going to put on the pasta, does it make it more healthy? Would it make a difference?
It's
if you put all the ingredients are healthy, organic,
of course, yes.
Would it make it healthier than buying a pizza from the restaurant?
Of course, it's just that just to make sure if you eat pizza like that, and you just eat salad at the side, because the pizza, like I think 75% are carbohydrate, right? So if I have a pizza, like my son have 2 pizza, make sure that he has that plate of salad next to him. So you have to balance like half of what you're gonna eat, like 2 sides of a pizza. You have a small side plate, maybe this big, and just like a salad, or maybe 2 mini cucumbers. This is a small one, mini cucumbers.
Okay.
Yeah. So make sure that.
Oh, Daniel joined.
Oh yeah, yes, Daniel.
Daniel is here.
Hi, Daniel.
Hi. I didn't know how to work this.
Welcome. Where's your smoothie?
I don't have no smoothie. I was getting ready to go out to the store so I can start recording my new smoothie for you. I drank my morning
So cheers,
smoothie.
ladies.
I drank my morning smoothie. I just got water right now.
That's good.
Okay, cheers.
I drank my morning smoothie already.
Yay!
Okay, so Daniel, you are new here today. You have to introduce yourself.
Oh wait, I think I still have some left in the fridge. Hold on.
Yeah, okay, go
Ah,
ahead.
Can I drink some of it? Here it is.
okay, and introduce yourself, Danielle, because you are new to the show.
I'm Ndeye Labadens, and this is my green smoothie.
Oh, you have green, nice.
Tell us.
Cheers to the green smoothie.
So, but I'm going out and make me a prettier smoothie. I need some more fruits.
Very good. What is in your smoothie, Danielle?
I got berries, and I put some spinach and my shake and my fiber boost. So I really have to go to the bathroom.
And how does it taste?
I think I didn't make the consistency right, but I just realized I got a NutriBullet, and that one is really good for smoothies. I forgot I had that blender, so I'm gonna use that one for my next smoothie.
Very good.
Because I'm just using a regular blender, so I'm gonna use my NutriBullet. That one is better.
Yes.
I got so much appliances, I forgot I had it.
Who doesn't, right? I have like appliances. What is this for? I don't even know why I have it.
I know, but that one makes better smoothies.
Yeah. NutriBullet is very good for smoothies.
Right.
They are more like really make it very creamy, because I use NutriBullet. It's not as powerful as NutriBullet because it's the creaminess is not the same. Yeah. They call it M. It's not the same. Like NutriBullet is like and Magic Bullet.
Yeah.
So different.
They do so much better.
But nutrients content is the same, but the taste.
So for the audience, what would you advise the audience if they want to buy a new blender? What would be the best blender you would advise?
Well, right now, for me, I'm loving the NutriBullet when I used to make my smoothies. I wouldn't recommend so much the regular home blender, but the NutriBullet is really good, and you have your own canister that you can just drink it out of that. So you already have your two canisters already, so you don't have to pour it into another fancy cup or anything like that. So it's pretty easy. So I like that. I like that one better.
Luciana, which one would you advise?
Well, I use the Magic Bullet. I wish I can have a NutriBullet, but it's almost the same. It's just bigger in size for NutriBullet. But I really like so much my Magic Bullet because it's really small, compact, and I only need to wash this because I put it in my cup. So I even bring it with me to show it to you. And the base, there is I have it in the kitchen. So you have the blades with the you add like a cap. So you basically just wash this and the other one. So I really like Magic Bullet. It's so good to go. And also because of the size, this is 500 ml and exactly all the measurement that we need for the one whole protein shake. Like this is the size that we need, right? Yeah, this is really the size because the big one, the blender with the glass handle that on top, it's not. I got confused in the size, like the measurement. So this is I know exactly the size,
right?
And also only 2 pieces to wash. Don't forget.
Yeah, I have that issue a lot.
Right, the issue for size, how much I put, and so Magic Bullet.
I'm learning something new. I didn't even know about all those differences. Actually.
Yeah.
Because I have the regular blender. It sounds like I have the regular blender at home. It's going well. I guess I need to.
Actually, I have the 2 of them, but I don't like the small one because I'm never worried about the small size to have the perfect size of banana, and you never have the same banana same size. So sometimes I end up having not enough. So I'm always frustrated with the size and the quantity, and I'm like, okay, I go with the big one. At least I know it's gonna fit, and I don't have to do it twice or mix the first smoothie with the other one. But I agree with you; it's more smooth with the small one. You have this that one is different, but still I don't have to be frustrated because of the size, the quantity. And right now, working on the book, I'm feeling the same situation because I'm like, if I tell you go with half banana, let's say my banana is a small banana, your banana would be bigger. So that means your size won't be okay. So what's the go-to thing for the size?
That's true.
Another thing for the smoothest, to have like a smoothie, you can replace the banana with avocado.
Yes.
That's wow. It's super smooth.
This is from yesterday, the red one. This is from before yesterday, and this is the day before yesterday.
Oh, you can see the difference. They're like this, or like
wow.
this.
Yeah, these are new. They are not all open. You remember the yellow and the pink before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they are opening right now.
They're pretty.
So for you ladies, for our smoothie plant-based, have the plant joining show.
Thank you. Cheese.
That's pretty.
Thank you. So, Ndeye, are you
Daniel, we were talking about what to fill in our plates. Do you have any insight about that?
Fill in what?
Our plates, something healthy.
In our plates?
Yes.
I love asparagus.
Oh.
You mean like that?
And how do you eat it?
Well, I found the recipe. It was basically they laid it on some foil, some olive oil, some butter, and baked it in the oven. Well, put some garlic. I can't remember, was it garlic powder or whichever one, and just put it in the oven for about 15 minutes, and it was delicious. So if you get it, bake it just right, season just right. I love it. Some people don't love asparagus because they feel it doesn't have any taste.
I do.
But if you do it right, I'd rather asparagus before I would take Brussels sprouts.
Wow. So Daniel, you have to show us pictures, how to make it, pictures, the timing and everything, so we could kind of follow you, or eventually if you could record it would be perfect. Because I never thought of asparagus. I know it's healthy, but that's not something I would think about.
I like
and the funny thing is, I'm not a cook.
The same.
I don't cook.
Yeah, but that sounds good.
I just found, matter of fact, I found the recipe on Facebook, and I was like, I'm gonna try this, and I was like, I was impressed with myself for the first time. So I would do asparagus. Do not give me Brussels sprouts. I will not do.
That's tempting. Even for me, I'm not crazy about asparagus, but I feel like I would like to try. Alexandra, would you like to?
Oh my God, yes. I would love to. You gave me a good idea. Next time I'm gonna go and buy.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna find the recipe, and I'm gonna send it to you guys.
Please share it with us. Now we're super curious about your magic recipe.
I'm gonna find.
Okay, perfect. And if you could also send you a picture so we know exactly what quantity.
Oh yeah,
the recipe and your picture when you're doing it, because it's gonna show us the quantity we need to see and know exactly, and also the timing, so we have an idea the size of the asparagus, because they are not always the same size either.
Oh, no,
it's like the banana sometimes.
Yeah, because I buy the fresh ones from the store. I don't buy the frozen one.
Good.
Yes. And,
okay, the fresh one, but how big? Because you have small, tiny ones.
That's this usually.
Normally, the ones from the store,
like this,
when they all wrap together, normally they're the same size. But I understand what you're saying. So, but I'll take a picture of everything.
Yeah, it's easier if you send us a picture. We could see exactly what is inside. Ladies, we're gonna play the selection of pictures. Unless Daniel, you want to add something? We're going to play the selection of Oceana. If you want to tell us the name, or do you want to tell us later after we played? It's just 1 minute, I think, or less.
Yeah, I can say it when it passes. Yeah,
because I know the first one is the potato.
The porridge, I guess. We'll see. I forgot what I sent you, but I think I sent you the.
No, the first was the potato, I think. Yeah. I'm going to play it, and you're going to tell us after, so you see exactly what's going on, so you could explain after. So what's going to happen, Danielle? I'm going to put you aside. You could watch still, but won't be able to talk to us until the show is over. It's less than a minute, and you'll get back. Alexandra, I'm going to take you out, and I let Hosiana, if you want to say something while it's out.
Yeah, okay.
Going out.
Oh, that is sweet potatoes. Yes. It's super simple and fun, sweet potatoes. You slice it up, put it in the oven, brush it with olive oil. And you just eat it like that, like tear it apart. It's really so cool. That is before I cook it. So I put olive oil, salt, pepper, and you can put a little bit of maple syrup if you want. Just put it, make it. Those are carrots, shredded carrots with peas, onion, garlic, and 2 eggs. You see that? 2 potatoes, carrots, onions, and green peas with 2 eggs, and you mix it together. And this is this dishes that I always put on the table. Beets, broccoli, but you cook it like that without cooking. Gluten-free rice noodles with arugula. Green peas, gluten-free pasta with green peas, and I put more protein with sweet potato, green beans, quinoa, and salad, all mixed together. As you see, it's about what I told you before.
It's amazing. So we had, if you could give us kind of how to make it, would be awesome. I get back. Batish is on in 1 second, and Alexandra in 2 seconds.
Can I get what?
No.
No, I said you are back in 2 seconds, and I said Alexandra was back in 3 seconds. So Hosiana going to explain to us how. No, I don't like this one. Let's go back to this one. It's the nicest. So, Hosiana, we had the first one was the sweet potato.
Yeah, the sweet potato. I'm just gonna talk to you. It's so easy. If you have a sweet potatoes, very long, wash it well. Like if you have a old toothbrush, just brush the skin. You know, press it really well. You don't have to peel the skin. That's why you can buy organic sweet potatoes. That's why I bought organic sweet potatoes. So you clean it anyway. If you a little bit like you want to make sure that it's really clean, you can put your sweet potatoes in the water, and you put apple cider vinegar, or even white vinegar is a little bit is fine, but I use apple cider vinegar, and you soak it like for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you brush it, because it's really the dirt that you want to make sure it's clean. And sometime in that, transportation, so you clean that because you're going to eat the skin. And then I just slice it like as thin as possible, but don't slice all the way. So you slice it like, like it can be an accordion. So you slice it and you leave like a little bit, don't cut it all the way. You just slice it all, and then you open it. And
yeah, like in the accordion style.
Yeah, it is so fun. My kids loves it. And so what you do, olive oil, salt, pepper, and if you want to put some spices, like I put Mrs. Dash, because there's no salt. It's just a mix of basil, oregano, all these green spice, herbs. If you want a little bit of caramelizing it, so you can put a little bit of either honey or blue agave, or you can put a lot, like maybe just like maximum 1 tablespoon, like half a tablespoon. Mixed it, and then you use a brush it right in the middle of all the slices that you did. You put it like a brush with all the liquid, and then you put in the oven. And then when it's done, it looks like that. And then how you eat it?
Because how long in the oven?
Yeah, I can't remember, but usually it's 350 Fahrenheit. And monitor it. I put at least 20 to 30 minutes. So you check halfway, just make sure it's cooking. Every oven have different capacity and different strength, so it will be 20 to 30
minutes. You're right.
And we'll see, oh, it's cooked already and it's soft. It's not, you just put another 5 minutes. When you take it out, it's already crumpled, it's already open by itself. How you eat it? You just tear one at a time. It's like a sweet potato chips. The thinner you do it, the better, but if not, it's fine. The kids love it because it's fun. And it looks so cute.
Awesome.
Super easy.
And what I would advise, if you don't mind, because we're reaching almost an hour and we said we would do it like 30 minutes, we have like almost 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe we could discuss the other recipes on our next show next week. Or if you feel like maybe adding a post to the page where you could share how to make it and give more details. The one you are more comfortable with.
I'll find the recipe.
And I would like to, okay. And I would like to round the table. What do you think about Luciana's recipes and pictures for now? Because we don't have the recipes yet. I'll start with Daniel.
It's breaking up.
I'm asking, what do you think about the small videos, the small video we just watched from Luciana, the selection of her food, what to put in her plates?
Oh, actually, I was just seeing you guys. I didn't see the video.
No? You didn't see the video?
Oh, you did not see it?
Oh.
Okay, so then you're going to have to watch it live on the page later on.
Okay.
I don't know, but Luciana, you saw it.
Yes,
Alexandra, did you see it?
To see it, I don't know why. Like I'm connected from my phone, and I was not.
Yeah, and we lost
That's
you
why
during
I'm on and
the
off.
video too.
Sorry about that.
So anyway, if you don't mind just commenting below
Okay.
on the page and giving your insight would be nice. And so Luciana took pictures and I make the video before the show. And we are waiting for the recipe to put it all together would be great. And I thank you all ladies for being here. Cheers again for the sushi.
Cheers.
Happy smoothie hour.
Right.
And I'll let you round the table and give your final words before we leave.
Oh,
Who wants to
me
go first? Okay.
Well, since this was my first time, I really like this. I think we should continue doing it, and I really enjoyed it. So
Yeah.
I can give me some cooking tips.
Okay.
So this was great. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yes, me too. I really
Alexandra?
enjoyed it. It was really, really fun. Rusi, you know me, like you always have the best way of presenting. Fun way. I love your potato recipe. Like I think that's really, really fun, and that's something that I would love to do myself.
Yeah.
And I hope everybody enjoyed it and they had fun. We are all colorful. Today. So thank you, Ndeye, for inviting us and organizing this smoothie hour.
So if we all agree, I'll let Luciana the final word. If we all agree, we could meet next. We started this week on Wednesday. We could start next week on Wednesday because Tuesday is heavy on Luciana. So if we all agree, we could meet next Wednesday, same time, 12 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And Luciana, final word for you to wrap it up.
I wanted to say something, but I lost track because I was listening to you guys. Cooking or providing food for yourself, or if you have a family, for your family. It can be fun. It can be fun if like recipes is important. It can be fun and enjoy it because it's really how we nourish our body, right? So it is can be fun, but I am all the big #1 fan for any quick, simple, less washing recipes. That's so all my recipes fine, like it's super fast. And I use Instant Pot a lot too for all my potage because it takes me preparation and 0 cooking time.
Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. So thank you, ladies. We talk about the plate. I hope everybody enjoyed it. And we'll see you next Wednesday, 12 p.m. Eastern time. I'll make an event and give you tips about what we're going to talk about. And if you have any comment or anything you would like us to discuss during our Happy Smoothie Hour, just let us know in the comments. Thank you so much for being here, ladies. And Alexandra, you wanted to say something?
No,
I'm all good, because last time you said I did not finish my smoothie. I did finish my smoothie.
before me.
Thank you, ladies. Bye-bye and have a great day. But
so much.
Alexandra, you are not done yet.
You're challenging me.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're no longer live.
Good.
So what do we discuss for Wednesday? We could text and see what we're going to discuss. Daniel, I don't know if you're going to be available on Wednesday, 12 p.m.
Is Daniel still here?
Oh, she's gone.
It's into that artery, it opens up, and no more high blood pressure and no high cholesterol, by the way. Again, so many things are tied to dehydration that causes illnesses and diseases in the body. And even if people need to lose fat, do you know that most people can't lose fat because they're not producing healthy insulin levels and their hypothalamus is dehydrated? And so it's not regulating food how it did when they were younger, like a teenager. So we've had thousands of people that have lost a lot of fat, and I mean extraordinary numbers. People losing 100 pounds of fat in 88 days. Because think about it, we teach intercellular hydration, which means when people lose weight, which we hate that term weight loss, by the way. Everyone goes on a diet, and what's the first 10 pounds they lose? Water, right? Water. And of course, we are totally against that. We want them to gain their healthy hydration, and they do. But when we say 100 pounds of weight loss, it is 100% fat loss. It's fat loss that people lose. They lose their fat only. They gain healthy hydration. They gain lean muscle. They lose fat. They lose inches. And their skin tightens up like shrink wrap, because your skin is an organ. And when it's hydrated, it's amazing. It has tremendous elasticity, to tighten up.
And what do you think about people saying that when you are diagnosed, it's you can't recover, and there is no way, like for a woman, if you pass 30 years, you lose that elasticity in your skin. There is no way to get back to it. Is it something that water could fix, or the intercellular hydration could fix?
I am so glad you asked me that question. So we literally, we tell people to be beautiful, beloved skeptics, by the way. So it's okay. It's okay if the people listening are a little bit skeptical to what they're about to hear. But we have 5 terabytes. All the IT people will know what a terabyte is. I'm not even sure what a terabyte is, but I know it's a lot. So we have thousands and thousands of testimonial videos where women in their 70s and 80s say that their skin, it was like their friends say, "Did you get a facelift?" They thought they had plastic surgery. Their skin got so healthy, they literally got falsely accused of plastic surgery. Because at any age, our skin is this amazing organ. And when you have intercellular hydration, it will tighten your skin like shrink wrap. It will reverse age 20 years from the inside. And when you reverse age 20 years on the inside, the reflection is on the outside.
And is it kind of like, because people would say you lose that elasticity, you lose the calcium, you can't get back to it. So I understand that you could gain 20 years, you could look younger, your skin is healthier. But what about the bones? Is it something you kind of retrieve from, or is it something you still have?
Yes. So this is interesting you say this, because 23 years ago when I began this breakthrough science, for myself first, by the way, I was my first client. I was my first.
Why were you your first client? I would like to know. And I'm pretty sure my audience would benefit from your story.
Yes, and I will share that. And I'll first tell you that you can grow new bone just like you can grow muscle. So we have had ladies that had osteoporosis, and even men that had the bones were going away, but they gained back 1 to 3 pounds of healthy bone. And do you know how much bones in your whole body weighs? Take a guess.
I don't know.
All the bones in your own only weigh about 8 pounds. So everybody's bones are like 6 to 12 pounds, no matter how big they are. The biggest person in the world, their bones weighs about 12 pounds. And a normal person is 6 to 8 pounds. So if you gain 1 to 3 pounds of bone, that's a lot of bone.
Yeah.
And we documented because we send everyone a special device that measures their bone density, their muscle mass, their hydration, their cellular hydration. You know, we measure everything so that they see that they're not in that old, you know, what I call the myth of weight loss, that they're not just losing water, that they're gaining healthy hydration, they're gaining lean muscle mass, they're gaining bone density. It's what we call transformation. You know, they're transforming. They're not just losing weight, they're transforming. They're gaining healthy weight, which is bone and muscle and hydration. That's healthy weight. They're losing only the fat. But to answer your question, 23 years ago, I was like everyone else in the world. I was on a yo-yo diet for 10 years. You know, for 10 years, I would gain and lose weight. And I had played a lot of sports when I was younger, and I had my knees were bone on bone. My cartilage was gone out of my knees. And I was told at 37 years old that I was going to probably have to have 2 knee replacements because I had no cartilage left. And I sounded like a Rice Krispies when I walked. I snapped, crackled, and popped. You could hear me walking into a room. And I was in pain. We're smiling, but I'm telling you, I was in pain every step of my life. Every step of my life was a step of pain. And it was terrible. So in my frustration, that's when I went and began to do this research of intercellular hydration and realized, and I really didn't start out to study intercellular hydration. I was just studying the human body and how to actually be healthy because I just wanted to feel better. I didn't care how I looked. I just wanted to feel better. And that's when I came across this discovery was if your cells are healthy, everything is healthy. And if a cell is hydrated from the inside, then 200 to 300 mitochondria go firing up like a little thermonuclear power plant inside, and everything gets better. Your organs get better. Your weight becomes what it really should be. Your body has a preset genetic blueprint of what is a healthy weight of muscle and bone and hydration. And by the way, I lost 10 inches in my waist. I lost 10 inches in my waist. I lost a lot of fat. And I wasn't even trying to lose fat. I was just trying to get healthy from the inside out. But 23 years ago, when I discovered this, and I did it for myself, and it's an 88-day transformational cycle of the human body. So I did this for 88 days. And next thing I know, everyone in my community of people that saw me were like, oh my gosh, you know, you look amazing. What did you do? And it wasn't just that I had lost all the fat. It was my skin looked so healthy, and you know, my eyes were clearer. I just looked healthy because I was healthy because I had intercellular hydration. And for the next 10 years, I want to say that again, 10 years, I help people for free for 10 hours a day for free. So I had a very successful banking business. I had 42 full-time employees, and I loved helping people with their banking needs, their financial needs. But my real passion was helping people get healthy. So my company could kind of run itself. I had a great team of people working with me. And so for 10 hours a day, I helped all these people. And then people would ask me a question. They'd say, well, will this help with diabetes? And in the early days, I would say, I don't know. Let's see. And next thing I know, 100 people were cured of diabetes. And then they'd say, will it help with high blood pressure? I'd say, I don't know. Let's see. Crohn's disease, migraine headaches, whatever it was, my answer was always the same. I don't know. Let's see. Well, after hundreds of people got cured, they say, by the way, they say. So I make no claims. I just let my 50,000 people make their own claim of what really happened to them in their health. and everyone was losing all their fat. So I had, ladies that would say, well, how much would I lose? And I'd say, well, I don't know. Let's see. And if they had 80 pounds to lose, they lost 80 pounds of fat. And men that had 100 pounds to lose, they lost 100 pounds of fat. And I love to say this, that these results are typical. These results are typical, that people are going to lose their fat. But for 10 years, I just helped people for free out of pure passion. And then I had an amazing thing happen. A man that's very well known, he has 12 million radio listeners every day. He actually sat me down one morning and he said, John, you have to go full time in health and wellness. You are going to change the world. And I said, are you out of your mind, Mr. Monetizer? A really successful business. And he said, no, John, no one can do what you're doing. All these people reversing all their diseases. They're all losing all their fat. He said, they're all healthy. They're reverse aging 20 years. You have to go do this full time. He said, I have 800 employees. I got 12 department heads. I'm going to give you my whole staff for free. He said, you got to go do this. And I really felt like that was God kind of pushing me out of the eagle's nest. And I did. I stepped away within 72 hours. I gave away my company to the people that helped me build it. And I began to do this full time. And that's how I got started 23 years ago.
That's awesome. So, based on what you've done after 23 years, I heard a lot about the PMS, and I heard a lot about the menopause. I've heard a lot about arthritis, and I had, I'm missing one, arthritis and lupus. Is it the kind of disease that drinking water also could help?
Not drinking water. Drinking water is not the key. The key is to take the cell and turn it from a hard glass marble to a porous sponge. That's the key. So everyone's drinking water and nothing is changing. So what I learned is the cell is what needs to change. The cell is like a hard glass marble, but when it opens up and becomes like a porous sponge, now the cellular hydration can uptake into the cell. That's when transformation happens. And that's why I developed a scientific protocol. It's a scientific sequencing to make a cell become porous like a sponge. And I'm so glad you brought this up about menopause, periomenopause, hormone issues with women. This is a huge challenge that women across America and the world have. I was actually invited into a medical study for women just in this category. And I had 138 success stories, 138 women that completely balanced their hormones, their hot flashes went away, their sex drive, came back to what it was in their 20s. Their mood changed. They became positive and joyful again. I'm telling you, I had a lot of husbands calling me saying, hey, hey, I got a girl running around in my house I haven't seen for 20 years. Thank you. And what I learned is that intercellular hydration allows, when the organs are functioning as they should, the body produces the healthy chemicals that allow women to be who they really are, to have their high levels of joy and energy and a healthy sex drive and all the things that they did. That's a natural part of life. But if your organs aren't functioning how they should, your body is like a giant chemical factory, and it produces the wrong kind of chemicals when you don't have intercellular hydration. And
just to not mistake, because some people would think when you say cellular hydration, they think about hydration, which is just drinking water. So how to kind of demystify that idea of just drinking water? Because some people drink it well, some people don't drink it well. They don't get really the real idea what they should do. So if you could clarify that, and also how it's related to the science you have behind it.
Yes, and thank you so much for recognizing that, because again, I just want to quantify scientifically. I have personally met hundreds of people that drank the water. They drank 2 gallons a day. and were completely dehydrated. 2 gallons a day, and they were like 40 to 42% hydrated at 2 gallons a day. And women should be 55, men should be 60. Women should be 56, actually, 56 and 60.
Yes.
That's a healthy hydration. So just drinking the water absolutely will not hydrate a cell. I want to give this picture for people to get in their mind. Your cell is like a hard glass marble. And no matter how much water you pour on a glass marble, it will just go right off. Or a marble countertop in your kitchen. If you pour 2 gallons of water on your marble countertop in your kitchen, it's all going to sit there. You're going to have to clean it up with a towel. And that's what our cells are like. But if you take that marble countertop and turn it into a giant sponge, the water you pour goes in the sponge.
Yeah.
And that is what intercellular hydration is all about. It's converting the cell into a porous sponge so it can uptake that healthy hydration. And that's the game changer that we all need for our health.
Could you share with us a case study of any woman you had that kind of moved from being really feeling bad, menopause or lupus or arthritis, and reverse until now she's probably doing fine? And probably part of your, like you said, the people giving you all the testimonials, how they feel. Could you share with us like a real case study, how they were able to move and reverse it?
Yes, I can. And literally last night, less than 24 hours ago, a woman and her husband invited my wife and I to come to their home to celebrate her transformation.
Wow.
She's 66 years old. She's 66 years old. She lives in California. She owns a large business. She spent tens of thousands of dollars trying to feel better. You know, she was a person that was just tortured. She was tortured literally in her own body for the last 4 to 5 years. She tried everything, but her hormones were just off. Her mood was not what it normally was. She would cry every time she got out of the shower. She would look at herself in the mirror and just cry. And again, I have permission to share her story. And she's actually going to make a video of her story because it's so dramatic. But this woman was eating a perfect diet, basically a vegetarian diet. She was drinking 2 gallons of water a day. She walked 8 miles a day. And she was about 60 pounds overweight, and her hormones were a mess. And finally, she heard a woman on the radio, a famous radio person in California who was our client, share that, hey, I also was a vegan, a vegetarian. She hiked every day. She drank her water, but she also was dehydrated and 50 pounds overweight. Well, this woman totally transformed on our protocol that we teach. So the woman I'm talking about, her name is Lori. And when she heard the woman named Pepper, who is the radio personality, share her story, she said, maybe this man can help me. And so she said, look, I want you to know, my 2 doctors both confirm I'm doing everything perfectly. I'm drinking 2 gallons of water. I'm walking 8 miles. I'm eating carrots and celery. And do you really think you can help me? I said, absolutely, because it's not your water drinking. It's not your food that you're eating. It's not your walk that you're taking. You need intercellular hydration so your organs can balance those hormones and your chemicals, and your fat will just burn away as a side effect. Well, do you know that in just the first 8 weeks, that woman lost 50 pounds of fat at 66 years old? And she looks 20 years younger in her face and her skin in just 8 weeks. And her husband hugged me and said, thank you for what you did for my wife. He said, we have our life back. He said, we have our life back. I feel like and he's been married to her for 44 years. Wow. And he said, I feel like I got my wife back. He said, because I don't know who's been here the last 4 or 5 years.
That's amazing. So we have this situation. She was feeling not okay. And did you ever had somebody had it, suffering from lupus or arthritis?
Yes, absolutely. So the good thing about anyone that has a disease, so lupus, any disease that we have is because that lupus gets trapped inside of a cell and creates disease. But as cells become porous like a sponge and healthy hydration comes in and pushes toxins out, it also will push out disease from our bodies. So I'm just sharing that I actually had a woman in her 60s, and she had severe lupus. And I actually got to meet this woman in person. We don't get to meet all of our clients in person because they're all over the country and several around the world. But I got to meet this woman in person. And I remember I met her after her 88-day. She had done her full 88-day protocol. Her lupus, her doctor said, "This is a miracle. Your lupus is completely gone." And when I was meeting with her, though, I just kept staring. I didn't mean to, but I was staring at her hair because I remembered when I met her, she had very thin blonde hair. And she looked at me and said, "Are you staring at my hair?" And I said, "Yes, I am." I said, I am because, is that a wig? And she said, "No." She said, "It's not." She said, "John, my hair hasn't been like this thick since I've been in college."
Wow.
Her lupus completely go away, but her hair thickened up. Because again, when you have intercellular hydration, it's very common. And if people click on the testimonials on our website, virtually every woman says hair and skin. They're like, "My hair is amazing. My skin is amazing." Everybody talks about, those two things. And of course, they're excited. They're like this excited about maybe they were cured of diabetes or arthritis or Crohn's disease or irritable bowel syndrome, whatever their disease was, they're like this excited, but they're this excited about their hair.
Yeah, the hair is more important than the skin also. That's why I use that example of skin, because it talks to everyone. If you talk about the skin, it's not ready to receive. People would be like, "Oh yeah, I get it," because they spend a lot of money just to get the best skin, shiny and everything. So I have to ask you, how did you end up on the UN floor discussing this matter? What happened? And also, how did you experience also that talk?
Yeah, so I love to share all over the country, and I was sharing at a medical conference in Las Vegas, which is interesting. I never went to Las Vegas to gamble, but I went to Las Vegas to share at 2 conferences that I was invited to speak at. So when I was sharing at the first conference, I came out of the auditorium and was going down the hallway, and I had to go and get in a car to go to the other conference, and someone was chasing me down the hallway. And this man chased me down the hallway, and he said, "Wait, I need you to sign me up for this protocol right now." He said, "I need to become your client." He said, "There's no one in the world that knows this science." And I said, "Well, how do you know that no one in the world knows this science?" He said, "I'll tell you how." He said, "I am the physician of the last 4 United States presidents, and no one knows the science that you're sharing." He said, "I need to experience this for myself."
Wow.
So he literally pulled out his cell phone and he signed up immediately in the hallway. And then I went across town, Las Vegas, to share at this other conference. And after the conference, a group invited me out to dinner. And one man who was just eating and not really talking at the dinner, he was listening to all of us talk. And he looked at me and he said, "You have a true breakthrough science." He said, "I want to invite you to come and share this on the floor of the United Nations."
Wow.
And I thought, does this man really have the ability to do that?
Don't you think it's a scam or something like that?
Yeah, that is what I thought. And sure enough, a few weeks later, I received an email. But again, I still really didn't believe that it was legitimate. I thought, well, anybody could just make up an email. But what are the chances that the date I was invited, I was actually speaking at the hotel across the street from the United Nations in New York City. I was already scheduled to be there the day before this invitation.
Wow.
To the UN.
Looks like it was meant to be.
So I said, well, I have nothing to lose. You know, I'm going to go to my main event. And then if that's real, I'll go. But if it's not, then I didn't waste any money for a plane ticket to go. So sure enough, the morning of my invitation, I walk into the United Nations headquarters, and all of a sudden people start moving around, and they're like, Mr. Jubilee, you're in the wrong building. You know, I was in the headquarters, but across at the main United Nations is across the street. And they said, no, you're on the main floor of the United Nations. We have to get you over there because you're going to be late. And so I felt like I was in a movie with all of these.
You don't want to be late on your own show.
Right? So the security guys took me across, and they gave me all my credentials, and they walked me in, and my jaw dropped open, because even on television, it looks like it's one floor, but it's not. It's a giant auditorium that is stacked, you know, with multiple seating and seating all over the top. It's a huge auditorium.
Oh.
And as I was walking in with my jaw hanging open and looking at the main floor, I literally bumped right into Steve Forbes of Forbes magazine.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh my word, Steve Forbes. I said, are you speaking here today? He said, yes, I am. I said, well, good. Let me walk in with you so we don't get sent to the principal's office. Because we're both late. But it was a great joy to get to share with people from all over the world. And I received several invitations after that to China, to Japan, to India, you know, as well, to share, because everyone needs intercellular hydration.
Yeah, I think every human being. And is it something that's easy access, or because before I ask I have a little case study to give you. Maybe you have your insight about it. I wanted to know, is it something that's expensive to join into your protocol?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that, because in 23 years, I can tell you this: no one has ever been denied because of finances. So, you know, obviously, you know, this really is a breakthrough science. It's transformational. And we have many clients that say, if I had $1 million, I would give it to you. That's the change this made in my health and in my life. And I'm also delighted to tell you, we also have a nonprofit. We have a 501c3 associated with Energized Health, is the name of our company. Mm-hmm. But at Energized Health, we never let someone not do our protocol because they cannot afford it. So we will use our 501c3 for those that need financial assistance to simply apply for the scholarship to do the protocol. So everyone can do this regardless of their financial circumstance.
And how to join you? Where to find you?
Yes, energizedhealth.com. Yeah, if they just go to our website, www.energizedhealth.com. And what we recommend is when they go there, that they click on the red button. And the red button is a short masterclass. My wife and I share what intercellular health is and what the 5 shifts are to move yourself into intercellular hydration and intercellular health. And then we schedule a free, no obligation, a free breakthrough consultation for people to talk about their specific health issues that they have.
Could you briefly tell us what's the 5 shifts?
Well, what I would prefer to do, if it's okay, the 5 shifts are the 5 steps that we've learned over 23 years. Of if you will make these shifts, you can become healthy. And again, it's about 25 to 28 minutes. It's right in there to go over the 5 shifts. But again, all they have to do is click one button, one click, and you'll get all 5 shifts.
Okay, but what is the 5 shift? Just briefly.
Well, if it's okay, I'd prefer to not make it brief because it's too important to just cut that down. You know, for people to
but I mean, what would you say about the 5 shifts to make you feel like that's something you could do? And also, is it something like if I don't make the 5 shifts, I can't join you for the protocol? Is it mandatory, or what could you tell a little bit more without giving us what's inside of the 5 shifts?
Yeah, well, let me share one thing. Let me share one of the 5 shifts, which is important, which is, you know, all of us have at one point or another, we struggle with valuing ourself and valuing our health. So one of our observations over the last 23 years is so many times people they'll go buy a beautiful car. They'll buy a beautiful car, but eventually that car is going to break down or get old or get too many miles, and they'll go buy a new car. And they'll think nothing of buying a new car. But your human body, our human body, we only get one.
Yeah.
We can't trade it in. We can't buy a new one.
No, you can't upgrade it.
It's the only one you have. And so one of the shifts is to literally value yourself. Value yourself. Put value on you. And give yourself the permission to put yourself first. A lot of times, especially mothers and women who are so used to taking care of their man and their children, they will put themselves last. And we want especially those women to give themselves permission to take a small season, 88 days, to put themselves first. Because doesn't every airline teach us that if you're in an emergency on an aircraft, you must put the oxygen mask on yourself first, or you're going to pass out and die, and you can't help anybody. So even airlines know this principle is true. We have to take care of ourselves first. And even in the Bible, there's an interesting, one of the most misquoted Bible verses of all time that people teach, love your neighbor. They say, well, the Bible teaches love your neighbor, but that's not what it teaches. That's not what it says. It says love your neighbor as yourself. So we are literally, you know, in some of the oldest and longest teachings in the world, teach this principle: love yourself first so that you are around to love others. And that's one of the shifts.
That's a beautiful one. So is there a pass or fail for those shifts? Is it something like you have to pass to join the protocol, or how does it work?
Well, it's interesting you say that. The 5 shifts are not a pass or fail, but there are 3 commitments. There are 3 commitments that are a pass or fail. So we literally tell people that even if they offered us $1 million, we never sell our protocol. We don't sell it. We only share it. And we only allow people to participate in it that do make 3 commitments. If they will not make these 3 commitments, we will not let them purchase it or participate in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Good to know. So I have a little case study for you.
Okay.
It was me a few years ago. I traveled different continents, and I ended up in Dubai, and I was just flat down, nothing to do. And I was thinking I was sick. I was definitely not sick. Everything was perfect. I had all my blood check, everything worked out, everything perfect, but I was sick. I was down, nothing to make me move. I happened to have one of those pills for hydration when you are in an area of the world where it's too hot or too cold. I don't remember the name of the pills. And it was able to make me move, but was not able to fix me. And I knew it was hydration because I drink a lot, but I still feel thirsty. And I was able to check my dehydration through the urine, and I knew the color was not good, but still I was drinking a lot, but it was not helping. And it's only when I met a friend that's a nurse in Vancouver who told me that it was my electrolytes. So I saw many doctors, I did a lot of meetings, and nothing was fixed until I met him. And he said it's the electrolytes, and it was through the salt. he was able to tell me buy the Himalayan salt and drink hot water every morning for a few days to get better. And what was kind of crazy after the desert in Dubai was that I had that hot salt in the morning and I was feeling way better. So is it something that has something to do with the inner cellular hydration or not?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And by the way, this is something that we actually teach the opposite of what most nutritionists and medical professionals teach. And we teach it because we have scientific evidence, empirical evidence of real people just like you. Mm-hmm. You would actually be a perfect case study of what we teach, which is salt is healthy. Salt is good for you. You need salt. Most people do not realize the human brain, there is only one nutrient in the world for your brain. One. Guess what it is?
Don't tell me salt.
Salt. It's the only nutrient to the human brain is salt. So when people go on low salt and low sodium diets, ever since people began teaching that, literally Alzheimer's has went through the roof. Strokes have went through the roof. Because if you become salt deficient in your brain, all it takes is one neurotransmitter, one bridge to burn out, and that causes a stroke. Wow. And that's because of salt deficiency. You will see so many people that have strokes or Alzheimer's that went on a low salt, low sodium diet, and they lose their nutrient to their brain. So we literally teach people, eat salt. And when you have intercellular hydration, you can eat all the salt you want. You cannot eat too much salt if you have intercellular hydration because your body is naturally going to flush out any excess salt that you have. So you'll never have too much. It flushes out your toxins. It flushes out anything you're not supposed to have in there will naturally be flushed out. Yeah, I recently had a woman in a medical professional, 10 years, this woman used a medical device called the phase angle. And it's an FDA approved device. And it was developed when AIDS was an epidemic. Mm-hmm. And it measured the cellular health of AIDS patients to tell them how long they would live. And wow. Interestingly, this device measures intercellular hydration and inflammation in the body. But this medical professional called me one morning and she literally just said, and I didn't know her, I've never met her in my life. She called me and said, is this John Jubilee? She said, please drop a pin. I'm driving to your house today. And I laughed. I'm looking at my wife like, well, there's a crazy woman on the phone. And so, but we thought that we got a kick out of it. So I dropped, she said, okay, you're 4 hours away. I'll see you in 4 hours. So this woman drove to our home 4 hours. And she said, look, I take care of patients. I give them medical protocols to be healthy based on this phase angle device. She said, I had a couple come in this morning and in less than a month, in about 3 weeks time, she said they have no inflammation. They have intercellular hydration. I've never seen a change like this in my life. And they wouldn't tell me what they did. You know, they wouldn't tell me. All they said was, you call this guy, get it from the horse's mouth. They called me a horse, but she said, get it from the horse's mouth. She said, this guy is the guy who told us what to do that caused these changes to be so dramatic in 1 month. And then she asked, can I measure you and your wife? And I said, sure, hook us up on your machine. And she hooked us up and she said, I have never seen these kind of measurements ever in 10 years. You know, you have the healthiest cells, you have no inflammation. I mean, we didn't even show up at 0 on the thing. We didn't even show up. She said, sign me up. And I said, you don't even know how much. She goes, I don't care how much it costs. She goes, you have a science no one in the world knows. She said, this really is a groundbreaking science. She said, and I swear to God, she said, I will quit my job and come work for you full time.
That's amazing. And how did it end up? How is the story?
Oh, you know what? That woman just last Tuesday night was on, she just started.
Okay.
She just started, so we'll let you know. I know how to end up. She's going to work full time.
Would love to know, because it's especially when you have people who are like so skeptical and turn to become your customers and become your best advertiser. It's amazing, because you turn them from, oh no, I don't believe in this science. It's no, I don't want that, because it's all against what I've learned at college or at the university, and then move from, okay, I'm a complete skeptical, I don't want to know anything about that. Turn them into, okay, I may be into it. Okay, I'm testing it, which means kind of you already win. And then, oh, I'm a total adept of what you're teaching, what you're preaching, which is amazing.
Yeah.
So I would love to know how it's going to end up. Yeah. And my other question would be related to the fact that many people are doing a lot of vegetarian food diet, ketosis and stuff like that. So how do you think, is it something you could do in the meantime doing your protocol, or is it something you shouldn't do? You just eat normally and have the protocol? What's the best?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. So we live in California, and so a lot of people in California are vegans and are vegetarians. So people they could be a vegan, they could be a vegetarian, they could be a carnivore, like me. I love meat and potatoes. I am from the Midwest. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, and we eat meat and potatoes. So the great thing is intercellular hydration is the great equalizer of health. And so what I teach people is God gave you taste buds. So eat the food that tastes good to you. Eat the food that tastes good.
Are you from Epicure school?
Pardon me?
Are you Epicure?
Well, I teach that, there's a reason we have taste buds, right? I mean, we're supposed to eat food that tastes good. It's supposed to be an enjoyable experience. It's a time of fellowship and of joy and of happiness. And so you don't want to eat something that doesn't taste good to you. There's only 2 things that we recommend you do not eat. Only 2 that you do not eat, and you only have to stop eating those for 88 days. Okay. And that is sugar and white flour. And the reason we do that is because just like the brain has 1 nutrient, salt, a cancer cell has 1 nutrient, 1, sugar. It's the only nutrient to a cancer cell is sugar. So just in case any of our potential clients have cancer, we want to starve. We're going to starve the cancer cell. We're going to starve it. We're just not going to feed it for 88 days.
And now, why the white flour?
And great question. Now, white flour, if I can be a little bit scientific and graphic at the same time, if you were in a science laboratory, if you spit human saliva into a beaker in a science lab, and then you put white flour or white bread in that beaker, and you put pure table sugar in another beaker, they will be exactly the same. So when white flour touches human saliva, it becomes pure glucose, just like table sugar. So that's why we have to do away with white flour, because white flour is sugar once it touches human saliva.
But that's I think all the hamburger, all the McDonald's and everything is made of white flour. So that means no hamburger then. I said all the hamburger, the bread itself is made of white flour.
It's not. There's wheat. There's wheat bun.
Okay.
No, you could just eat a wheat bun.
Okay.
Yeah. You can eat whole wheat. You can eat wheat buns, absolutely. And they have pasta now that is wheat pasta. They have wheat pasta, protein pasta. So we have all that for our clients. We tell them, what they can do to still eat hamburgers and spaghetti, and they can eat all of that. They just use a wheat version instead of a white flour version.
Okay. Sounds interesting. I feel like I want to join.
Yeah, they can eat pizza. There's whole pizza crust. I eat pizza every week.
Yeah, but pizza is white flour too. No.
No.
They have wheat.
No, they have wheat flour pizza crust.
Okay, I have to check that.
Yeah,
I have an issue with flour anyway. I think I can't digest it, or I have issue anyway. Every time I have pizza, I love eating it. I taste it, it's good, but it's not going down well. So that's why I kind of.
So I'm glad you just said that. So we have thousands of documented cases of people that had very significant food allergies and they reversed. So if you were on that website, the same website, energizehealth.com, we want everyone to click the red button. That's their masterclass, but also click on one other button, testimonials. But you personally could see hundreds of women that say, I couldn't eat flour. I couldn't eat this. I couldn't eat that. And now they can eat everything. Yeah, when you have intercellular hydration, your digestive system also gets healthy and you can digest any food that tastes good to you.
Good to know. So to my audience, once you are watching this, whether it's replay or whether it was live, take the time to go through the website and check the 5 aspects you have to, no, not aspects, remember.
Yes, the 5 shifts.
The 5 shifts. And take the time to decide and check also the testimonial and make sure you have the time. If you are skeptical, that's okay. I was skeptical too, because I'm a family of doctors. And I'm telling you, all this kind of stuff is just usually I heard from my family and relatives that are doctors. I always heard things like, it's in your head. And even when I was in Dubai, I had that situation. It was kind of like probably it's in my head. And it's only when I met my friend that's nurse in Vancouver who told me, you know what, I don't want to say anything bad about the doctors because they are doctors. But sometimes they don't know everything. So I'm like, I was still skeptical. And then he made me drink hot water. And it was like, imagine drinking the ocean. It's like you boil the ocean and you have to drink that. I'm like, the very first day I was like, no way I'm going to drink this thing. It's so disgusting. It's like even drinking the water when you kind of drowning and you have 1 cup, it's enough. You're like, I'm done. Why would I have that hot? By myself, it's like having a tattoo. It's like you are paying to suffer. Which I did one time in my life. I won't do it again. But I was like, why did I pay to suffer? Anyway, I did it. You have to do it when you are young. And then you learn from your mistake. And I paid for twice. And I was like, you know what? Keep the money for the second round. I'm done. I'm good. I've done it once. I know how it's like. I'm done. And then after that, I'm like, okay. I remember it's like my tattoo doesn't make sense to drink that water. Boiled and with salt. And then after a while, I felt so much better. And my sister, when she saw me, I think it was maybe 1 year later, she's living in Germany. And she told me, what are you doing? And she wanted to know what I'm doing. And I told her, and she was like, I'm not really sure if I want to drink boiled seawater. I said, yeah, it sounds like seawater at the beginning, but you have to kind of train yourself and you're going to be better. And now she's okay and she knows what you get out of it. And she's like, how do I know about the electrolyte? I said, I don't know, because each body is different. And I was like, I don't know how to help anybody else because it's not like a science. It's something I learned to know my body and I know when I need it or not. And that's all I could say. But in this case, you have the time to learn from the 5 shifts. So I'm going to probably share it with her next time we talk. And maybe she's going to be able to see through it. And I didn't know about the cellular hydration. I didn't know there was a way to quantify it. The only thing I know is when I see my level down or up, I know something is off. I'm probably doing something I shouldn't do. But this is great because you have a science behind it and you've done so many case studies. You work with so many kind of disease. You've been through it for 23 years. I think it's amazing being able to talk about this, have somebody who's going to listen, because it's also important to be heard, because many doctors won't hear you. They would be like, no, let's do the blood work. Let's do this checkup. Everything is okay. Everything is fine. It's probably you have to see a psychic or you have to see a psychologist, or maybe you have psychiatric issues and you need a therapist, which is not helping because you still feel like if you have an IBS, you still feel bad. And on top of that, somebody is making you doubt about how you're feeling, which is worse. So I think this is really great. And I would encourage everybody to join and try and decide by themselves if it's for you or not. And thank you, John, for this. And I'm going to leave you to the final word. It was great having you. I really enjoyed and I learned a lot today. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, thank you. And again, it is my joy for 23 years to get to share something that's real. This is simple, it's scientific, and it's sustainable. And I can tell you that because I did this 23 years ago. I've been the same size for 23 years. I have not been to one doctor visit in 23 years because I'm super healthy. And on September 9th, I'll be 60. I'll be 60 years old.
You don't look like it.
Yeah, right. And I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it of what a normal person would say. You know, I have a very joyful, very active life. And that's what I want to do, is share with people how they can have their best life for their whole life. I believe that age is a myth, that we can be at full strength for 120 years in these human bodies, which are extraordinary, if we learn how to take care of them the right way. Now, I also encourage everyone, though, be a beautiful, beloved skeptic. Intelligent people are skeptical people. So be skeptical, but just do two things. Just go check it out for yourself. It's Energized Health, energizedhealth.com. Click on the red button, see what you think about those 5 shifts. And then click one other button, click on testimonials, and go look at men or women just like you and see what they say. Now, these are real testimonials, by the way. These are not like fancy, slick, Hollywood-produced videos. These are people with their cell phone, their spouse is holding the phone or their friend is holding the phone. They're real people just sharing what really happened to them. But real evidence, empirical evidence, is when a real person has a real experience. That's in the science world called empirical evidence. It's indisputable and undeniable. And we have about 50 or 55,000 of those. It's quite a few.
Which is amazing, yeah. You are doing a lot of good. Thank you so much, John. And once again, go get the time to look, be skeptical, make your own decision, join, and let us know what you think about it. And you could join, beside the fact that you have your website, is there another way to contact you, like Instagram or another social media you use?
Oh, yes, I'm glad that you mentioned that. So yeah, we're on all of the normal social media, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, Instagram, on any of those. And you can also find us through John Jubilee, just through my name. You know, you put my name in, you could contact us, just John, John, because my mom didn't knock the H out of me, John, John Jubilee, or Energized Health, either one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, John. It's top of the hour, and I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I don't know if you are connected on LinkedIn. I would love to. If you are not, just add me, and we keep it from there. And I'm going to join the website and also do the 5 shifts and let you know what's going on. Thank you so much for being here.
Beautiful. Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Speaking.
Goodness, it is good.
So tell me what's in it. You go first and I'll go second. What's in your smoothie today?
Yes. So what's in my smoothie today? I call this the meal replacement smoothie. What it's called is the Morning Burst Energy Smoothie. The Morning Burst Energy Smoothie. Yeah.
So what's in it?
So what I have in here is I have a cup of water, 1 cup of water, 1 cup of crushed ice. I love my ice. You can see from this, you can see the glass is having all the dew from the ice. I love my crushed ice. So I have 1 cup of water, 1 cup of crushed ice, 2 handfuls full of spinach washed. I have 1 cup of frozen strawberries. I have a half cup of tropical mixed fruits. So in the mixed fruits, we have a little bit of a pineapple, a little bit of peach, a little bit of coconut. You know, I love coconut.
I love coconut too.
Coconut flavor. So instead of going with the coconut water, I just get the tropical fruit that has the coconut chunks in them. So I have half cup of the tropical fruit. I have half a banana and a scoop of my amazing shake that I use to give me all this glow that you see on, as well as a full tablespoon of flaxseed.
Wow, so that's really heavy meal.
Yes, that's why I call it a meal replacement energy burst drink, morning burst energy drink. It's a meal replacement. So I have all that in here, throw them in the blender, blend really well. You see, I like to blend my smoothie really, really smooth. That way, if I'm sipping, I'm not having anything stuck in my mouth. So I like to do it this way, and I blend everything together really good, and then I take it for my breakfast. So when I take that in the morning, it keeps me going. It gives me all the energy that I need. Perfect. So what do you
for me? Cheers to that.
Yes.
So in my smoothie to that, I have for today's smoothie, I have Rosiana, since you are logged in, I can't see you. Your camera is not on. So if you could fix that. So I'm gonna get back. Okay, I could see you and you're on standby. The thing is here today on my happy smoothie hour, I mixed berries. Today I had my blackberries, I had blueberries, I had strawberries, and I had cherries.
Got all the berries going on.
Yeah, all the berries in. And then I add a little bit of date to just give it a sugary taste, because I don't mind having extra sugar, extra heavy meal. And then I mix the whole thing with 2 scoops of chocolate protein shake. And then when I mix the whole thing, you have this, and it's really smooth. And I'm telling you, the cherry give it a specific taste that's really amazing.
That's awesome.
That's what I do.
That is awesome.
And I blend the whole thing. Yeah, it looks super good.
Really good. It looks
and
really
super good too.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that.
So in what made you change your lifestyle? What made you decide to go for a smoothie meal? Because I know many people would be like, you know what? I don't like the feeling of drinking. It's not like eating. I need to chew, and I need to feel like I'm filling my belly. So what was the reason, and how did you feel like after you started having this kind of diet?
You know, during this, during this lockdown, you know, I have kids, you know, I'm a busy mom. I go and come. So during the lockdown period, children were out of school. So me and my husband had to make the tough decision to be able to stay home with them and help them with their virtual learning program that they started doing, because they had to finish, they go on with the semester. So I had to take off from work to be home with the kids. And once that happened, you know, just sitting in the house, not doing anything, you're just turning around the same spot. I started gaining weight because I was not going anywhere. And because I wasn't dressing up to go anywhere, I didn't even realize that I was putting on so much pounds. So I was just comfortable in the house. I wake up in the morning, take a shower, I get in my free clothes, and I just sit there. So I started noticing that something was different in my body. So I was like, oh no, I know already I have issues with my weight. Now it's just getting worse because I'm just living a sedimentary lifestyle where I don't go anywhere, I don't do anything. So I started doing some research as to what I should be doing to help me, since we have so much restriction of going out there. What should I be doing to help me with my weight issues? So I remember one time I'd done a smoothie diet, and it really helped me lose the weight. So I said, okay, you know, right now with age and everything added to it, the stress that we are going through, it's going to be a little bit challenging this time around. So I have to figure out something that will really help me moving. Yes. So that's how I came across. I came to start doing my smoothies. Yes, I started doing my smoothies. I try to do this every single day for breakfast. You know, sometimes I can have it twice a day, but breakfast, that is my meal. And for the past 3 months
how do you feel? Like, if you use, I don't know what you used to have for breakfast. What did you used to have for breakfast? Something heavier or?
Yeah, I used to have something heavy. I used to love to drink coffee. You know, I used to love to drink my coffee. When I wake up in the morning, coffee was my to go. If I didn't drink my coffee, and I don't like drinking black coffee, you know, I like to drink my coffee with cream, with sugar, make it taste good, some cream in it, and some like the vanilla vanilla cream where we used to make coffee, and it has a lot of fat. So, but the flavor was very addictive. It kept pulling me to come back to it, even though I knew what I was doing was wrong, but I could not resist. So I was indulging on that, and I started gaining weight so much. So it got to a point I said I had to stop.
Okay.
So once I stopped,
and do you regret now after that?
Absolutely have no regret. Absolutely no regret, because trust me, for this while that I've been doing my smoothies, I have my magic shake powder that I add to my smoothies. Since 3 months that I've been using this product, I've lost some weight.
Awesome.
I've lost more than
your old self, like somebody who's watching right now who used to be like you, who used to have those heavy coffee and breakfast. What would you tell your old self to kind of stop doing it earlier?
You know, I would tell my old self, I regret not starting earlier. I regret not using my willpower, because I know I have a strong willpower that if I want to do something, I'll do it to fulfillment. But, you know, you just feel complacent about situations. So I would tell my old self, follow your heart. Do what's right. So I look at my old self now and I say, you know what? You are in the past. There's no way I'm going to get back with you again. So if you are that old me, yes. If you are that old me, think about your health. That's one thing that's most important, especially during this time where people get sick just like that. You need to take care of your health. That should be your priority, so you can be able to be there for yourself. Yes.
So I introduced you to Rusiana too. I'm pretty sure she had something to say about the change in your life. And yes. Welcome, Rusiana. Happy smoothie hour. Cheers to you.
Happy smoothie hours.
Absolutely.
So what is in your smoothie, Rusiana, today?
So this is a recipe that inspired by a friend of mine. So I call it blueberry bomb blueberry or blueberry bomb plus. So yes, in fact, I am going to a blueberry picking right now. I'm in the car, as you can see. So I love blueberries in my smoothies, and this is a blueberry smoothies, and I put a bunch of stuff. I was listening to Dorothy. Yes, I put that flax seeds, chia, and hemp, and I put multivitamins and minerals. I put 2 scoops of vegan protein powder. I put 1 full scoop of fiber, plant-based fiber, and it's all plant-based. And I just use water. It is so amazing, and it's a full meal replacement. I'm taking this every single day, never get bored. But, you know, like if you take everyday blueberry bomb, it will be a little bit boring. So I got a lot of recipes that I got from anywhere. Sometimes I go Google. But now we have a book coming up, which is Ndeye. She's the author. So that book will be my lifesaver. So cheers.
Cheers, Dorothy.
That is awesome. Cheers, 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 cheers.
Thank you so much for having me, though. Really interesting, this subject. A lot of people, they either do not know that, you know, it's a good habit to have a protein shake every morning or a smoothies or every day, basically, or they just never try. Or they just only think that those is just for people who go to the gym and pumping the muscles, or just boring and not like, oh, I want to eat real food, like you said, right? Yeah. So I just thought, like, why I didn't know this sooner? So there's the only
I want to
regret is
say
like I didn't
hi
end
to
this sooner.
people watching us right now. We have Rosalie Wallace watching. We have Karen Rogers watching, and we have Abby watching. She said hi, by the way.
Oh,
And
hi,
Abby told me
everyone.
that she sent you Dorothy to me. So thank you so
Hello,
much.
Abby.
Yeah, she's live right
Yes,
now. We have 5 people, but I can't just see 2 or 3 of them. I don't see all the names. So thank you guys for being here. And thank you for recommending anyone you think could be a good fit for this show. It's really nice of you, and we love the recommendation. Keep going on that. And right now I'm going to speak about, I'm going to read a list about all the kind of disease you could fight, or you could kind of move out of your life. Let's call it that way. It's starting with, and also you're going to start, if you feel like Dorothy or Oceana, something that's related to you, you could just pop up and say something about it. I'm going to keep going with the list later. So
Okay.
it's abdominal bloating. You could remove it using oh, you want to talk? Okay, go ahead, Dorothy.
That's list number 1, Dorothy.
I'm right up on the list. Yeah. So abdominal bloating, that's one thing that I used to suffer from a lot, you know, a lot, because like I said, my body is not the same like it used to. I have 4 kids, twins in between, and yes, and also a granddaughter. So absolutely. So my body doesn't react to things the way it normally would. So the abdominal bloating is something that I suffered from. You know, it kept like you always feel like you're full even when you're hungry. I sometimes I want to eat, but I feel like I don't have to eat because my stomach is so bloated. So abdominal bloating is something that I suffered from a lot, and it's very uncomfortable. But guess what?
You are feeling better now.
I feel good, so I am top on the list.
Okay, do you want to say something about it?
You're so funny. Yes, for me, abdominal bloating is more like indigestions most of the time for me. So certain food, when you eat, I don't know about you, but you feel like you want to burp, or you feel like, oh, the meal is still there, sitting in my stomach for maybe 2 hours and 3 hours. That is, to me, is that kind of bloating is indigestions. Of course, it's bloated because there's so much gas and the food cannot be digested, right? And I like when you said already, like you're hungry, but you can't really eat because it's like so full, but you're actually hungry. I never thought of that. That's really so true. That create confusion. So people are gonna tend to eat like a lot because of it's so much bloated, but they can't really eat, but they are so, they're confused. When they want to eat, they want to eat more, but they couldn't. So when they really no more gas, they're going to eat a lot more. So that create a lot of blood sugars ups and down, and it's going to create a slow weight gain and also a stomach indigestion, right? Digestion's problem. But to me, it's the food that I eat. It create that gas. And I can't even move. But then we have to pretend that everything is okay. If you're in the restaurant, you're like, okay, but it's so painful in inside. And a lot of people take a pill that for gastric. They thought it's gastric, but sometimes it's just bloated. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the next one is acid reflux, acne, allergies. Oh, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a lot going on. Yeah, acne was a big issue that I was suffering from. Yeah, if you can see, you can still see some spots a little bit that are going away. I used to suffer from severe acne. Even after the changes in my body, sometimes they say when you've crossed a certain age, you are on the other side of a womanhood. I'm sure you understand what I mean by that. You don't have this acne anymore, because I had severe fibroids, so I had surgery, hysterectomy, and everything was taken out. So my system just went through a complete change. So things started changing in my body. Yes, that added to with the weight gain and stuff like that. So acne was one of the things that I suffered from a lot. I went to different allergy clinics. I went to the dermatologists and all that. They did everything they could. They said, oh, you are allergic to this, you're allergic to that. So don't eat this, don't eat that. I did all that, but I still wasn't getting any better. But since I started with my smoothie diet, everything has just turned around. It's like a 360-degree turnaround. And I feel even out there, friends look at me and go like, wow, Dorothy, your skin looks so beautiful. Your face is getting clearer. What are you doing? And all I tell them is I have this amazing smoothie lifestyle change that I'm doing. If you want to know more, let me walk you through. So that's what I'm doing. Acne was something that I suffered from, and I feel okay now.
Perfect. So let's remind everyone watching, whether it's replay live right now, we are all talking about the smoothies and the power of that meal replacement smoothie.
Meal replacement, yes.
So, yeah. So we'll talk about allergies, we talk about anger issues, anxiety, arteries blocked with fat, autoimmune disease. Okay, go ahead, Lucy.
So, excuse me. So autoimmune disease is getting on the rise right now. Recently, in the 2020s, or even just the last 5 to 10 years, there's a lot of factors contributed to that, and I'm one of them. Kind of.
Annette just joined us. Hi, Annette.
Oh, hi, Annette. I'm Annette.
We're gonna celebrate her later. We're waiting for you, Annette. Join us live.
Right. So I'm going to quickly tell my story. So, and should I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease called lupus. I don't know if you guys, if you girls, familiar with that. So it's a couple of years ago, like more than 7 years ago. So I didn't know it started with kind of like weird inflammations and pain and headache, migraines, and like sometimes it's just weird places without any, like you have bruises, and then like have this very sensitive skin, and sometimes you can't even go down to the sun. So long story short, I went to the dermatologist and I got an intensive blood test. Then we just realized, okay, so that is what's happening in my body right now. So I was given medications to take. And if you know people who have lupus, we can't really get off the medication. Basically, there's no cure to it, so you have to live with it. So I took some things a little bit different. And I told myself, how about if I can do something from nutrition side, so my body kind of like regulated the immune system, right? It's not going to be too active, or it's not going to be like lost. So I went to my family doctor. Basically, my family doctor just suggested, how about you try like a diet without gluten, without dairy, and no alcohol, no coffee, basically no stimulant, and not acidic. So the goal is to reduce acidity in my body, because when you're acidic and when you're alkaline, like natural, not alkaline, because we are not battery, you kind of like there's less inflammation in your body. And I said, okay, let me try. But the thing is, every time you go to the doctor, when you're being told to lose weight, or get healthy or eat right, it is very broad advice. For me, if I'm a patient, I want to know what kind of specific step that I can take every day when I wake up. What should I take? What I eat? What is that? The portion. If I want to like specific, but it's not always the case. The doctor just going to say, go home and lose some weight, right? So I was really lucky in 2015. Somebody told me about a program called 30 Days to Healthy Living that do exactly that. And in order to do the program, we were introduced to have the smoothies. So I was like, I never really think that having smoothies to replace breakfast is an idea at all, because I'm Asian. I eat like rice. I can eat rice from breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yeah, it's so true. Like I grew up like that. And also to me, like smoothies, and that is like a fancy drink. So I'm gonna spend like maybe $7, $8, $10 if I go to the mall and just buy it in a cafe. And then like it's fancy drink with the straw and the beautiful garnishes. I just never thought that as a meal replacement that can eventually contribute to so much goodness for your health in overall, and eventually to reduce the acidity that I was looking for. So I embarked on the journey right away because it's like, this is something that I can do. It just makes sense. So I started in January 2015 and never looked back. And not only I gained so much knowledge, but I managed to reduce a couple of pounds or kilograms. My skin really so much nicer, and anger issue went down. So and the best is, I only have, to wash maybe 2 items, a blender. You don't have to cook.
Cool,
So
yeah.
I told myself, this is really for a lazy mom, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. So there is so much goodness of having that you make yourself. Don't buy in the store, but really learn about the ingredients that you put. So the rule of thumb is you need to have protein, you need to have fiber, you need to have certain good fats, and you have that carbohydrates that comes from the sweetness, right? Because there are some sweetness in that. And then you can put a bunch of stuff if you want, just to make the flavor even better. So they come from fruits. And that is why your book's going to comes in really handy. I hope that makes sense.
Absolutely. So, Doctor, are you familiar with lupus? The autoimmune disease?
Say that again.
Are you familiar with the autoimmune Luciana shared with us, the disease?
Yeah, I am. I've heard about people. I've seen people who suffer from who had the condition. Yeah, but I don't really know much detail about it. I just know that people really it's a difficult condition to manage. Yeah.
So now you learn that Luciana is out of her meds now.
It is
doing good.
Absolutely.
Oh yes, I didn't tell that. Yeah, so it took me 3.5 years for me to not depend on any medication.
Wow. But you never give up.
It's a long journey, but it's worth it.
Yeah, and you never give up, because you could have said, okay, I'm tired after 2 months.
I never give up.
Perfect. Don't ever give up.
No.
Absolutely. It does wonders to your body. It's good when you figure something out that works for you, you stick to it. Yeah. That's really
Everybody
great.
should try.
Yeah. Cheers to that.
Cheers.
So the next disease is blood sugar problems, brain fog, brown spots and blemishes, cellulite.
I have brown spots. I have a lot of brown spots and blemishes because of my condition, and also sun's exposure and aging. I can't run away from that. Aging is a gift. Yes, like growing old is a gift. Don't think it's a bad thing, because a lot of people actually die at a very young age. They don't even know how it feels to be old.
Yeah.
So we have to be grateful because we're alive, and having that problem is fine. You just need to find a good skincare. But if you're taking care from the inside, your skin gonna glow, just like Dorothy said. Look at her skin.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
From the inside.
What you said,
collagen.
What you said really makes sense. You have to treat it from the inside. Once you take care of it from the inside, it brings, you see the glowing outside. So I know some people will just go, not before that I was not very much aware. I would try to treat it from the outside, get skin cream to put on my body to mask whatever was going on. Not knowing that it was everything that I was dealing with was inside. I had to take care of it from inside, and then the reflection will be showing outside. But once I noticed that I had to fix it from the inside, I had to stop all the madness that I was doing on my body, mixing different lotions with the other, just to try to mask whatever was going on. But since I realized that I had to fix it from inside out, everything became together.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. No one will believe that you are a grandmother.
No.
Wow, thank you.
I don't believe you.
Thank you. My granddaughter just turned 1 this month.
Awesome. Wow. So my next one, brain fog, brown spots and blemish. We already said that. The cellulite, the chronic fatigue syndrome, constipation. Oh, you want to talk about the chronic fatigue?
Yes, chronic fatigue. You know, when you have excess weight, you're always tired. Like climbing up the stairs was a big problem for me. You know, if I go to the grocery store, I will circle around the store just to find the closest parking spot to the door. You know, I used to be that person where I would find the closest spot to park because I was always tired. I was always tired. If I'm home, I just want to lay on the couch and sit there and sleep and watch TV all day. No want to do anything because I was always tired. But guess what? I'm feeling so much better now.
Wow. And Osi, you want to add something?
Oh yeah, yes, definitely. I was so tired too, and I was really, really loose skinny. Because this disease either make you really skinny or make you really big. I've been both, but when I was skinny, I couldn't even tired. Every step feel like there's needles. Waking up like, oh, again. So sometimes being tired is not because we are overweight or bigger than we should be. It can also be you're not healthy in the inside, the blood circulations, your heart, a lot of issues. Even like skinny people can be really do not want to do anything. It's just because they don't have energy. The body is not generating, it's not moving, the engine is not running. They can't even move. There's no fuel, because the fuel is supposed to be our food, because food is either a fuel to our body or a toxic, slowly killing us or slowly firing you up. That is why the protein smoothies is once a day has been really a game changer, because I feel that being small, being petite, I still feel tired. But you know what thing that helped me every day? The fish. You can't really see it though. Maybe you have it with you. It's inside.
No, I don't have it prepared, unfortunately.
This is an alkaline, like a healthy Gatorade, but there's no color, no extra chemicals in it. It's just ginseng guarana. It is amazing, and this one I drink every day. It helps me for that energy boost, calm, and alkalinizing my body too. So this is something that's not smoothie, but I'm drinking every day as well.
Okay. So we're going to keep going, and I'm not going to call you too much, Hosiana, since I noticed that you are driving. We'll be more careful about that.
I'm not driving, I'm passengers, but Annette is driving.
Okay. I was not sure if you were driving. Okay, so perfect. Then we talk about the constipation, the dark circles under the eyes, the decreased metabolism, the depression, disturbed sleep, elevated LDL, reduced HDL. Okay, go ahead, Dorothy. Unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yeah. I was trying to make a statement. I'm going to take you a little bit backward for the decreased metabolism. Okay. Like I told you before, when I had the surgery, a lot of things had changed in my body. So my body was not functioning like it used to. A lot of things had changed. So my metabolism was very slow. That's the reason why, even though the things that I used to do to lose weight, I was not able to do that anymore because of the slow metabolism. And it was a big issue for me. So that's one thing that I suffered from, as well as disturbed sleep. Oh, goodness. I used to did not sleep. I had to start taking sleeping pills. You know, the normal dose, I would take it, and it got to a point where it wasn't working. I started increasing the doses. And it got to a point I saw that I was getting so addicted to sleep pills. I said, this is not good for me. You know, I'm trying to take care of one thing, and then I'm spoiling many different ones. So I had to stop taking the sleep aid. I just had to go. Sometimes I would be awake all night. You know, if I sleep 2 hours, 3 hours, that's a lot for the day. And you know, when you don't sleep at night, you get tired all day. You feel sluggish. You feel just disoriented. So that's one thing that I was going through. But since I started using my amazing smoothie products, I do not feel all those things anymore. So thank God I found myself this amazing smoothie regimen. Yes.
Thank you for that. We have Rosemary who joined us. Thank you for being here, watching us live. So the next one would be, we have the disturbed sleep. We just mentioned that. Excessive facial blood vessels, excessive sweating, fatty liver, fibromyalgia, I don't know how to say that.
Fibromyalgia.
Thank you.
Yes.
Fibromyalgia.
Yes.
Food
Yeah,
and chemical sensitivities.
Yeah.
Gallbladder disease, gallstones, hemorrhoids, hot flashes, hypoglycemia. Oh, you wanna? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, see, I got a lot going on. I had a lot going on. Yeah. Hot flashes, like I said, when I had the surgery, my whole system got messed up. So it's
Rosemary said great job. Thank you, Rosemary, for saying that. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of things were messed up, but right now, like I told you, my smoothie regimen has been a miracle. God knows it's been a miracle, because so many conditions that I was facing, I don't experience them anymore. Yeah, it was a big issue for me, but thank God now everything is in the past.
Awesome. And then we had hemorrhoids, we had hot flashes, hypoglycemia, inability to lose weight. Okay,
there
go ahead.
Yes, yeah, a lot of things that will circle around the same thing, you know. Like I said before, losing weight was easier for me before, but it got to a point after a certain period where some things changed in my body. Weight loss was a big struggle. It took me forever to lose weight, even doing the things that I would normally do to lose weight. So that was a big problem that I was fighting with. But so far, I am on the right track.
Awesome.
Yes.
Anything you want to add, Rosie?
Slow weight gain, it's something that happens to almost everybody, I believe, if you're like at my age. Yes, it happened to me too. And the sad thing is, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens just very, very little over the years usually. So this can always be stopped at the early age. So if anybody is now watching and you feel like, I think I'm like half a pound heavier, or just the feeling of heavier, it means that some things need to be done, so you don't go into that slide, you know, go down and you can't even stop it. So because that is what happened to people who had slow weight gain. It was me, because after my second babies, I feel like slowly, but I was so powerless because I don't know what to do. It doesn't mean that overweight people, they are lazy or they do not want to take care of themselves. Sometimes it's just because they do not know where to start. And a lot of us only think, I'm just going to eat less and exercise more, and I'm going to be healthy or going to lose weight. It is really more than that. It is not only that. That is probably less than 5%. So at least 80% is really what we eat, because it's going to work on every level of your human body's function, brain, guts, you know, eliminations, organs, everything. So it's all start with nutrition. It's all start with the food that we eat. So as I mentioned, like I like to eat, you know, heavy breakfast and like the whole day. So that is like what I know my whole life, right? I need to change that. That's why I just didn't know that about this protein shake. So how I really wish somebody told me earlier that it's so easy, so simple to do, and it's so good for our body. Then it will not happen that slow weight gain, because then this is like a stop sign. Okay, stop. So at least if you can do one time a day, you're really gonna feel that you're not gaining weight anymore. You're probably gonna be stagnant, and by time if you really do that exercise and reduce the calories, not to stop yourself, you actually gonna lose the weight that your body doesn't need. So that would be the best, healthiest way to get to your the body which is your ideal weight, healthy BMI, not skinny but slim, not slim, sorry, tone and fit. That's the word, fit and tone. So you need to do some kind of like cardiovascular or a little bit of weight training, but that's supposed to be the way. And I know it's painful, it takes time, but really the best time to start is today. Oh no, it's the best time today is 10 years ago probably. The second best time is today. Okay, so no excuse, because believe me, I was one of them. I start Monday, the Monday never come. I start tomorrow, the tomorrow never come, and usually it comes at the doctor's office when they say cholesterol, too much this one, that one, stage 4, stage 3, whatever. That will be too late. Not too late, you're still alive, so it's never too late. So sorry about that, it's never too late. So start, no matter how your heart condition or where you are in your life, but today we learn something simple. Get on board, it's so fun.
So we have Michael who joined us, Michael Burks. Thank you for watching. And we had Yvonne Miles who joined us also. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to keep going on the list. Let me fit you. And thank you for being here, guys. And happy smoothie hour. Cheers, ladies. Cheers.
Cheers.
So now I'm going to talk about the inability to lose weight, indigestion, inflammation, intolerance to alcohol, intolerance to fatty foods. Okay, go ahead, Oti. What did this change in your life?
Yeah, intolerance to alcohol. My system doesn't go well with alcohol at all.
Oh, tell us all about it.
Yes.
What happened?
I am that person. If I take, most of the times I will take a glass of wine when I'm home. That way I know, because when I'm a little on the other side, I will laugh a lot. Yes, so that's how I know that the alcohol is getting into my system. I will laugh so much. So I stop drinking alcohol when I'm out of the house, because I don't want to be laughing and people look at me and go like, oh, is she turning into a fool or something? So I have very little tolerance of alcohol, which to me is not a bad thing. But, sometimes people will not understand the reason why I just burst out and start laughing for no reason. It's because I have very low tolerance of alcohol. So I didn't know that was an issue, but if it's a condition, then I'm happy I have one, because I don't have to indulge in drinking.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we have intolerance to fatty foods, irritable bowel syndrome, itchy skin, joint pain, low libido, menopausal symptoms. Oh, go ahead, Oti.
Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this. My husband is going to kill me. Well, I will skip that for now, but that's something that I
No. You started it. Go ahead.
Yeah, when your body doesn't, sometimes it's I'll call it your body sensitivity to your body. You are aware that you don't look the way you want to look, so it affects a whole lot of things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you feel like your self-esteem is not where you need it to be, it has so many things that it affects. So that's one thing that I would say, even though it's a difficult topic to talk about, I'm just gonna say this out loud. Yeah, when your body is not the way you want it, your shape, it has so many negative effects on your body. So I am guilty of that. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I hope it's going to help someone.
Absolutely. And also the menopausal symptoms. That is one thing that I'm dealing with right now. Like I said, I had a hysterectomy, and a whole lot got messed up. So it's yeah, I can see them all in the line. Mood swing as well added to that. It's something that I don't. When my mom used to go through these things, I would ask myself, why is she so angry all the time? Why is she so, one time she'll be happy, the next minute she's just get out of here. I don't want to see anybody beside me. Oh, I'm hot, I'm cold. And so I did not understand then. But right now, I really do appreciate, because my mother had 7 of us. My mother has 7 children. Dealing with all that and then going through what she was going through at the time, and was still okay, taking care of us, taking care of her husband, who was always a patient, and doing everything in between. I give so much respect to my mother for that, you know, because I have 3 younger ones. Sometimes I feel like I want to just pull my hair off my head, because I get it's so frustrating. They feel you don't know how to put their feelings to words, you know. So it's a big issue that women are going through, and unfortunately we don't talk about them too much, you know. It's something that people really need to be aware of, that is a condition that that can be treated, not just by medication, by just a lifestyle change, diet change, and just do a few
we should have a special day. You come back and we're going to discuss that more thoroughly and go in depth and discuss that subject, because I think it's not well talked about, and people are like hiding it, and you need to express it and move forward. I think it's a conversation we have to have. So we have to have another appointment and discuss more thoroughly about that. So I'm going to talk about, you already mentioned the mood swings, so I'm going to move next to the muscle aches, nausea and vomiting, overheating, the pain over the liver, the PMS, which I don't know. Hussein, if you could tell us what is the PMS, because I don't know. What is it? I did not have time to do research on this.
PMS is premenstrual syndrome. PMS. So before
you're right.
Just moody.
Yes.
And like everything is bigger than it should be. Even like you can see your face is like big, bloated. It is just hormonal usually. So by doing a lifestyle change, it's gonna help you a lot. So you're not that moody, because like, oh, he's having a PMS. So you blame it on PMS if you're not nice. You just want to call somebody. Okay, I'm a PMS. Get stay away from me. So yeah, that will be the one.
Do you want to add something to the PMS?
Yeah, I don't have the condition, as you all know, but I have daughters. I have daughters at home who usually go through that period. So I really feel bad for them. They are twins when I say them. So I really feel bad for them, because when they go through those days of the week, of the month, it's really uncomfortable for them. I feel for them, but that's unfortunately something that I cannot help them with. But I understand what they go through, and I do appreciate the fact that they can be able to express it. You know, us growing up, I grew up in Africa. You know, most of the times you feel those things, but you don't express them out. You just grind through them and let them go by, and let nature take course of it, take a effect of it. So those things, we went through them, but I never put it into words. I knew it was just okay, because I was expecting my period within this time period. I just like, this is something that I have to deal with. So I never put anything to it. But when I hear my daughters talk about it and they express the way they're feeling, it brings me back to that time, and I can appreciate now. I can put meaning to the way I was feeling.
Also, is it something we should have like another show where we discuss about the PMS more in detail and share experiences and say how the lifestyle could change that kind of feeling and make you feel lighter and easier in life?
Yes, I'm just writing down some of the points that we need to talk about, so that way I can do my that way I can do my research.
Yeah, already. So I'm gonna go next. After PMS, we have poor concentration, pot belly. I don't know what do you mean by pot belly. Oceana, what's pot belly?
Pot belly would be the big belly. Yeah, they just big belly. That's what they go.
Okay. And how does it help the pot belly? I'm curious. How does it help?
Most men or women too, they have like a protruding front belly and the stomach. They have like they're pregnant, but they're not pregnant.
They're not pregnant. Yes.
It's like you have 6 months pregnant and you are waiting when the baby is going to be delivered. and never happened.
Oh, we lost her.
Yeah, probably because she's on the road. Maybe she's gonna come back.
The network, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably. Then so we talk about the pot belly, the recurrent headache.
Headache, yes. Reoccurring headache. I used to suffer from migraine. Lots of migraine. I'll have migraine 2-3 times a week.
Wow.
It was, yes, it's bad. It was bad.
I used to life with the migraine.
Say that again.
Having 2 migraine a week, how do you cope with your life? I mean, how do you keep going with the kids and everything?
It was very challenging. It was very difficult. Sometimes I will not talk about it because, you know, my kids are very sensitive. They if I'm feeling bad, they're feeling bad. You know, that's how much sensitive my kids are. They are very they are very concerning. They want to know if you are not feeling okay. They have some attachment to it. So when I'm going through those pains, sometimes I don't even tell them because I don't want to mess up. I don't want to spoil their mood. So I just have to grind in between the pain and deal with them. But it was very uncomfortable. Imagine having migraines and studying for exams and going to school. It was very difficult. That was the challenge that I had to go through every day. Sometimes I would say, maybe I want to quit, you know, but I can't because my kids are looking up to me. You know, I have people looking at me like, oh, she is someone I'm looking at for like an example, like a role model, like a mother figure. So I had to set the pace to be like, you know, I have to push myself through. If I want to make my kids study, if I want to let them accomplish something, I have to show them how to do it myself. So I will have to grind through them in between, go to work, sometimes sick, sometimes it was difficult, you know. But as a mother, you just have to do what you have to do to keep your family happy.
Sure. So I'm going to keep going on. Thank you for sharing for that. It's really interesting because I'm learning things too, because I'm not used to certain condition. I'm like, wow, I'm just learning. And that's good to know. That
thank God for that.
Your life. That's amazing to know that smoothies change your life.
Yes, I'm telling you. Months. Yes, because after 3 months.
In my case, I started, it was in 2015. And I decided to do the cure, doing it seriously. And I used to be the person who doesn't really believe into proteins, to be honest. Vegan protein, I was like, no, I would never use it. Why would I need vegan protein? It's just for people who are lifting. And I'm not lifting, so why would I need those protein to add muscles? And I was thinking, no, that's so not me. I'm not really into it. And then I started using it, and I had one of my the reason why I wanted was to get, of course, keep healthy and everything and keep my muscle, the structure, but also I wanted to jump higher. You know those pictures where you jump? I'm pretty sure you saw it on my profile. So I want to jump the highest possible. And I was like, I need to have that muscle. I have to have the structure I need to jump because I don't want to jump and then feel bad because, I don't know if you saw one of the show, Lisa was saying she jumped, she had her knee issue, and she was so hurt. She never pretended that she was hurt. She just acted like everything was okay. But the picture was nice, and she was happy. But she had a few weeks where she was feeling her knee was not okay.
Pain. Yes.
Yeah, pain. Never showed it. I wanted to make sure everything was okay. So I like the fact that on top of the smoothie, we have the book coming soon. And this show is going to be something we're going to use also to show that the smoothie is something. And I heard also and received some messages, people asking me, what's the smoothie? Because guess what? We are talking a lot about the smoothie, but what is a smoothie? Many people don't even know what's the smoothie. And someone told me, I want to have my shake. Guess what? They just put the powder and the water and they mix it. And they were like, it doesn't taste. Yeah, that's not a smoothie. That's just a protein shake with water.
That's a protein drink. That's a protein drink.
Yeah, I have to explain that you have to buy a blender, use the blender, put the fruits in it, add the powder, put the butter, it's a few minutes. It was funny, but that's how it is. So you have to kind of educate also people about that. It's not just the water, the powder you order and you mix it and you drink it. That's not how it works. You have to add those foods. That's why we have this smoothie hour, happy smoothie hour, where we share what we put inside of our smoothies, We have the book. We have many people contributing. I hope, Dorothy, you're going to join and send us a few of your work.
Absolutely, I have to.
So we're going
Yes,
to have
I will.
that.
And I also have videos where I do my smoothies. You know, I have my video collections where I do my smoothies, because, like you said, many people. Yes, I will. I definitely will. Because, like you said,
note, send it to me by messenger. I'll check them. And also, we have also people giving feedbacks and commenting, which is great. So any kind of disease you have, condition you would like to share and discuss, feel free to comment or message me. And then we're going to keep going. We have talked about the recurrent headaches. Thank you, Dorothy, for sharing your experience about that. And wet palms and sores, the wet, swollen, itchy eyes, rosacea, yellow discoloration of eyes, slow digestion.
Yes, slow digestion. Yeah, I used to have that slow digestion, the bloating and stuff like that. It all contributes to that. You know, you eat few hours after, maybe 2-3 hours after, you still feel, if you burp, you feel like you just finished eating, you know?
Wow.
That's part of the, you know, those things started happening. I said, you know what, maybe I just have to stop eating. I said to myself one time, I said, maybe I just have to stop eating. Because if I eat, I can't stop eating. And somebody will look at me and go like, oh my gosh, she's not taking care of herself. Look, they will see how she looks. But people, you won't understand what I'm dealing with, because if you see someone outwardly, you don't know what's going on inside of them. So that's something that I was suffering from. That's
what I called, don't compare my chapter to your chapter. We are not on the same chapter of each life. It's easy for you to be on the chapter 30th and I'm on chapter 50, and you think I am on your same chapter. It doesn't work that way. You can't just stand there and judge the book from the cover. And then we talk about the slow digestion, the sugar cravings. Did you have the sugar cravings once you stopped?
I stopped craving for sugar since I started using doing my smoothies. I stopped craving sugar. Like I said, I used to love to drink coffee, and I like my coffee sweet. Wow. But guess what? I don't crave that anymore. If I want to drink coffee right now, I would say maybe like a week or maybe 2 weeks after, I'll take a small cup of coffee. Like I had a cup of coffee yesterday, just a small one. You know, the smallest size of teacup. I just say, you know, let me just reward myself after all this long period of time I've been without drinking coffee. I just took a small cup of coffee, but I did not put the cream and the sugar like I normally used to do, because I don't crave those anymore. Right now, my kids are like, Mom, what happened to your sugar craving? You don't eat sugary stuff anymore. And I tell them, yeah, because I'm into a journey of changing my lifestyle. I want to be healthy. So I don't crave sugar anymore like I used to. So thank God for this, my amazing lifestyle change of diet with these smoothies.
Awesome. And I have to add something to it. In my case, I'm not craving for sugar at all. And ask me where's the sugar, I don't even know. Maybe it's expired, I can't tell you. I am so not into sugar at all. The only thing I use to have sweetness in my smoothies or sweetness in my coffee eventually when I have one is either maple syrup or honey. I love having some honey too. So if I feel like that's something I am craving for and I want it really sweet, I go for it. And like on my smoothie today, I had some cherries, also give you that sweetness to it. Or I choose the fruits that are going to give me that sugary taste. Like, you know, those small bananas called bananitos? They are just sugary enough. You know, the small bananas, they are really good in your smoothies. And I have those ones, they are full of sugar and you don't need to add extra sugar to it, then give you this amazing taste in your smoothies. So that's
you know, you know, one other thing to that's good. I use dates, dried dates.
I use dates too. Yeah.
Yes, I use dried dates to yes. You know, I have so many different recipes. I'll give you this one today because it's what I'm having. I have a whole list of different recipes of my smoothies that I make. Yeah, every day is a different recipe. When sometimes I just wake up and I said, what am I gonna do today for my smoothies? Let me add a little twist. I just put this, put that. And what I do is when I'm putting them, I'm recording it down. That way I know if they taste, and then I'll know what I added.
how I have my book. You're on a good track. You just have to collect all the smoothies you have. The best people would say your kids or your husband, I love this one, and you have so many samba for that. Just go for it. And that's how I started the smoothie. And my next project going to be 365 smoothies. It's going to be on a daily basis. Oh, Luciana is back. I'm going to add you. Luciana is back. Welcome back. And my next happy smoothie book, Luciana, you never heard this. This is the first time I'm going to talk about this live. The next smoothie project book gonna be 365 smoothies. So it's gonna be a daily basis of smoothies where we share every single day a new smoothie recipe, and then you could enjoy it and have this project going. And Dorothy, you are welcome to join and add some smoothies in it. And then it's gonna be and in the book you have the 360 smoothies, a big collaboration. Everybody who trusts and believes in this aptitude of having these smoothies helping you, changing your life, is feel welcome to come. And if you have somebody who might be a good add to it, feel free to add them. And I know Lisa, her daughter, also is really into it. I hope she's going to be willing to share. And I know Annette's daughter also is really into smoothies. Maybe she's going to be willing to add. Anyway, we are welcome to all contribution, and we're going to make it 360 smoothies. So I'm pretty sure out of 360 smoothies, you can't tell me there is no smoothie recipe that's not for me.
Absolutely.
Yes,
and,
no excuse.
And Oceana already contributed. She sent me 2 smoothies for this book. So instead of being 40 smoothies, I think it's going to be around 45 smoothies so far.
Yes, because I also have some recipes that I'm going to share with you.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be probably a 50 recipe.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And then to finish, Oceana, you missed some few, but that's okay. We're talking about rosacea, yellow discoloration of eyes, slow digestion, and Dorothy just shared a little bit about her slow digestion issues. We have sugar craving, so we're just talking about that, and I was talking about the fact that I even don't know where is my sugar. I can't tell. I know I have a small bag somewhere, but I can't tell if it's expired and if it's good. I have no idea. It's somewhere. Yeah, I'm no longer into the sugar thing for a really long time. And the next one is skin rashes, and then the type 2 diabetes and weight gain.
Yeah, weight gain, that's a big issue for me. So, and that's part of the reason why I decided to start doing the smoothies, so I can get my weight under control. Yeah, because my family is, we have a history of diabetes in my family. So I am very much aware of the fact that I can easily run into, I can easily be a victim.
1 second. Could you text Annette the link? She seems to have trouble joining us since we started almost an hour.
Give me a moment. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Dorothy, keep going. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so like I said, it's all right. So like I said, type 2 diabetes runs in my family. So I know weight gain is one of the biggest things that contribute to type 2 diabetes. So I am very much aware of the fact that if I don't do something to my health, I can easily run into the problem, because I know what my dad went through the years that he was alive. My dad was diabetic for 35 years. So I know how he suffered. I knew how much he suffered, how difficult it was for him to control his diabetes, sometimes not being in a position where you have emergency health care where he would just run into if he has an episode. So I understand, I know how difficult it was for him. So I'm trying my best to not go to that point. And part of it is the weight gain. So knowing that I can do something now to prevent me from being a victim of diabetes, it's why, part of the reason why I ended up doing this. You know, it's a journey, it's a lifestyle change, you know. It's not a quick fix, like Rosiana said. It's not a quick fix. You have to be able to put in the work and give it some time to get the results. So I am well on my way to be able to take care of all that problem, so I don't become a victim.
Awesome. And would you like to have a talk, like as a family of diabetes, how you experienced the diabetes, like how you saw your dad going through it? We could have another talk show where we discuss the diabetes and have some people who already use the smoothies and were able to be out of their peers, because we have some of our team members who use the smoothies for years and now they are out of their peers. That's amazing. Yeah.
Yes. You know, like I'm saying, and this smoothie lifestyle change is not just me who's doing it. My whole family is doing it, even though everybody in my household is fit. Thank God for that. My husband, my children are all fit. I'm the only one who is on the other side. So even
But
though
you are on the right side. You are on the other side, but you are on the right track.
I'm doing the best I can so I can join them on the other side. And one thing I was trying to say is this: my brother, my junior brother, with whom we are in the same state together, he is very fit, but because he knows that we have the history, he's been doing a whole lot for himself to take care of, not to become victims. So all of us children of my parents, we are very much aware that we could be victims. So everybody is doing something to help them. My brother, who is here, he too is doing the smoothie diet. He is very fit, because guess what? He knows what not to expect. He knows what to do to not get to become a victim. So he too is on the healthy lifestyle change. So yes, and hopefully, yes, not just my immediate family. You know, my product that I have a few other family friends who are also joining me in the healthy lifestyle change. So little by little, day by day, the family is growing bigger, and before you know it, God willing, my community will be joining me in my healthy smoothie lifestyle change.
Awesome, that's great. And also, before I forget, before you go, I need a little kind of presentation of who you are and how did you kind of change your lifestyle from all the disease and condition and everything you faced. How did you end up into having a smoothie? Like a small paragraph where you express all those stuff. So it's going to be easier for people to know how you get into it and then how you get those smoothies. It's going to be helpful. I think.
Did you just say that she is on the backstage? She's here.
Oh yeah,
Can
I
you
just
see?
saw her. Yes, Luciana, I'm gonna have to have you off, or Dorothy. Dorothy, do you want a little break because we were here from the beginning? I could take off for
I think
minutes.
I am reaching my destination,
You are reaching?
so I might.
But I wanted you to say welcome.
Yeah,
to
and
Annette.
also the internet is not good, so at any time I can be cut off because we are in the
We just want to welcome
in the nowhere land
for 1 or 2 minutes before Luciana is going down.
Say that again.
I said I'm going to have you for 2 minutes off, and then go back on.
Okay.
Oh no, it's okay. It's working. I could have you, all of you, at the same time. Welcome, Annette. We have to celebrate. Dorothy, we have to tell you, Annette is here for the sound effects, and you don't want to miss this thing.
there.
She's gonna read the poetry. She's awesome, and you want to attend that. You don't want to miss that thing. And if you are watching live, you don't want to miss that thing. If you are watching replay, enjoy. And we have to welcome Annette. She's our new member of our team. So Luciana, you join me. You join me.
Hello, welcome.
I had great fun trying to get in
so
the backstage and the
Annette
link.
is here. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but it's all being cut off. There's no internet.
Yeah, so Luciana, sorry if you are cut, we'll understand. Welcome, Annette. Join me to say welcome for her. Welcome.
Welcome. That's so nice.
Dorothy, Annette just joined our team yesterday, so that's why we are welcoming her today. It's her special welcome. We're supposed to have it at 10, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to make it at 10 Eastern time, so we are doing it now during the live. So happy smoothie, Annette, and if you could tell us what's in your smoothie.
I drank most of it as I've been watching the show, but it was delicious. I've got kiwis in there. I used kiwis for the first time because I had some kiwis and I hadn't used them. Kiwis, mangoes. I love my mangoes. Being from the Caribbean, love my mango. Kiwis, mangoes. I've got some blueberries in there, some strawberries, and of course some almond milk.
Wow.
And
I'm just tasting the almond milk. I have almost the same without the kiwi here. The cherry. I add the cherry on it.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Nice color as well. Cheers.
Thank you. And you have the glasses. Thank you for having the glasses. Same one.
They kind of look the same.
You want to have the same glasses. All of us, it's going to be more interesting.
So I think I have one of those, but it's red, so I have to get a clear one.
Yeah, get one.
Yeah, I have to get a clear one.
I
Okay.
borrowed it from my daughter. She collects all these lovely glasses, so
yeah.
I borrowed it from her. So.
And if you could make us a special smoothie, and we're gonna add it to the book before it's launched. If you could have 1 or 2 recipes, and if your daughter want to join also, I'm more than happy to have her. And then we're going to add her into the smoothie book.
Okay.
If she can join this one, the next one going to be the 365 smoothie. It's going to be a 365 smoothie where you have a daily smoothie. And I think it's going to be harder to say, I don't want the smoothie, or I don't find one I like.
Will you put her name there? Will her name go there?
It's going to be her name and a little presentation of her. Because you want to know,
would her name be in the book if she puts a smoothie recipe in, just as a matter of interest?
Yes, it's going to be like, you remember for your poetry, you have the poetry and you have your name. So you have your signature. It's going to be to her, and you have the name next to it.
Oh, that would be nice. I'll tell her, see what she says.
And if you have 1 or 2 of your own, it's going to be added as well. So it was supposed to be around 30 smoothies. We are now heading to 45, and Dorothy going to send us also few of them. So we're going to have more and more and more. It's growing.
I've enjoyed listening to what Dorothy had to say about the different conditions, and just listening to all the different conditions, and it was very interesting.
Is there one you want to discuss, Annette? Because I can't go back with everything. Is there one condition you want to talk about?
No, I'm just going to see for me if I can use them to help me to manage weight. That would be really good. And the proof is in the pudding. This is how I started off. We're going to see.
Awesome. So you would like to talk just about the weight gain? That's the only one you would like to add?
Well,
so can you tell us right now live, what's the weight gain? What's your objective from now on? So we're going to discuss
my
objective
would be to if I can reduce the weight, that would be great, because then everything else, I haven't, I'm not massively overweight, thank God, but I could definitely do with losing some. It's not a huge problem, but I would like to reduce, because I was a skinny little thing when I started out years ago, back in the day, before motherhood, all those things. So it would be nice to reduce a bit, and I've done some reducing, but I could do with some more, and that would be really good. Yeah, and I'm good. And if you can do it if this can help, this tastes good every day, then that's all good.
So Annette, the stage is all yours. If you could read us a poetry with the sound effects. We're just waiting for that.
Well, okay. I can read one that's in the book, the one that I put in the book, or I can leave the book, that one for a surprise for people. Or I can
I think it's a good pre-sale thing, so they know what's going to happen. They have an idea, and they have the show to add to it.
Okay.
And Dorothy's going to get to know you because it's the first time you met. And she doesn't know anything. She's just surprised because I never told her you would be here. So she's surprised and she's game, and she's going to discover about your book and Spectrum. So if you could quickly tell us about, tell Dorothy also about you.
Well, I've very much enjoyed listening to Dorothy. I've just been spent most of my morning trying to get on, but it was fabulous.
Yeah, she spent an hour to join.
Because I'm new, and I'm just starting on this journey, so I can't wait to see if I have some of those issues, some of those gains that benefits. That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. So it was fascinating listening to you, Dorothy.
Thank you very much, Annette.
Yes, it was fascinating. Right, my book is called Spectrum. It's a book of poetry that I self-published in May. So it was just through when we were all going through COVID-19. So it's called Spectrum. It's available on Amazon, but it's also available from me. You can email me on annettepateman@yahoo.co.uk if you want to get it directly from me. Sometimes that's better, but whatever people like. It's a book about identity. I wrote about identity, Black identity, really. But there are lots of other types. It's about nature, the climate, You know, so there's, you know, it's just about life as a Black person, really, in my case, as a Black woman. So it's mostly about race and identity. And that's been quite interesting because of what's happened recently in the world with Black Lives Matter. So I was doing this before the Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was there, of course, they were there. But before we had the very sad situation with George Floyd, I was writing about race and identity. So so there's that. So yeah, published it in May, and that was one of the reasons why I was able to meet up with Ndeye, because she was on a writing website, and that's when I came across. That's when I met her for the first time, and then I found out about the smoothies. And I was drinking smoothies before, on and off, and my daughter did encourage me, and I was kind of lazy, didn't sort of, you know, I just thought it was a young people thing, you know, what's she doing? But then I tried it and I thought, this is nice. And
it's nice, yes.
And I was lazy. She was always making them for me, and I would just be lazy and drinking them. And then I thought, make myself. And then when I met Ndeye, she said,
and I have to add something to it, Annette. You remember the other day you inspired me with the rhubarb.
Sorry.
The other day you told me you had a smoothie with rhubarb.
Oh yes.
Guess what? Yes. I made a lot of smoothie now with the rhubarb, and even today I had a little bit of rhubarb. And I used to say it was really sour, but guess what? It's really good.
What is that? I don't think I know that.
Nobody was more surprised than me. Nobody.
I never wanted to have it. It's usually mixed with strawberry pie. You have rhubarb strawberry pie.
Okay.
And I never thought of having the rhubarb uncooked. And having it that raw in the smoothie, and Anna told me she had that blueberry and rhubarb. I was like, And then Rusiana said she wanted a sour smoothie, and yesterday I think I nailed it. I had just rhubarb, strawberries, and ginger.
Oh, the ginger! Oh, that seems as though it would be nice. I've got to add more spices.
Just the root one, you know, the fresh one, and it was just sour. The sourness I wanted. And then I had some friends, they wanted some kind of margarita. I was like, you know what? I'm pretty sure if I mix the strawberries, the rhubarb, and the ginger, it's going to be sour enough. And that's the sourness you want from the margarita. Add exactly the ingredient of margarita to that would be perfect. They were just loving it. You had the sourness, you had everything you wanted out of it. And if you don't like the alcohol, you could just maybe have a teaspoon or something like that. That's it, just to sparkle the ginger one. And it was based on what you told me about the rhubarb. So thank you so much. It's inspired me.
The rhubarb, I'll tell you what, the rhubarb, because of COVID-19, because of the lockdown, all the mixed berries, they were gone. The mango, there was one packet of mango, so I was able to grab a packet of mango, but that was all that was left. This is during lockdown, but rhubarb was left. There was lots of rhubarb. So
and Dorothy, I'm going to send you a picture of it and the recipe. You could add it, and it's really cheap rhubarb. It's I don't think it's. I go and get it myself, so it's cost $0. But I don't think it's that expensive to go buy it, or you could just go collect yourself in Boots and stuff like that.
I'll be honest with you. I would never probably have tried it. But it was the only thing left frozen.
You did not have so much choice. But it was really a good idea.
I really wanted to make a smoothie. So I thought, oh, this is not going to be very nice. And I was surprised. I was very surprised. Somehow when you make it into a smoothie, it doesn't taste that kind of, you know, taste that we have, that tart, strong kind of taste. So I'm glad that you tried it and you liked it. But I've got to try it.
I loved it.
I've got to put the ginger in like you do, fresh ginger.
Yeah. And did you get the dates last time we talked about the dates? Because Dorothy also used a lot the dates.
Yeah, I use dates to add to my smoothie.
I went to
Did you try it, Annette?
Store. I went to my local store and I was looking. And I think I have to go to a more specialist store, or maybe I need to ask something. They couldn't see it because I think myself, I must try the dates. So I'm looking forward to that.
Also, really good. You get it from the Whole Food.
Whole Food.
Yeah, Whole Food. That's where I got mine. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to definitely
like to get the organic ones.
Yeah. Or you could order it online, maybe.
So is it a fresh one? Is it the fresh date?
Yes, no, dried. Laurencia,
no, for me it's fresh one with the seed in it.
Yeah, you'd have to.
But you can use the dry one too.
Yeah, I'm just a minute. I'm going to show you how it look like, the one that I'm using.
Okay.
Yeah. My daughter's bringing it for me.
Dried dates.
Yes, they have it dried.
And it lasts long, you know, because one of the dates I'm using, it was bought last year, and it's over a year, and it's not expiring. It's like, which one is the same? I think some ginger don't expire too. Yeah, that's something like that.
Can you hold a bit closer?
The reflect of your light doesn't allow us to see. So
yeah. So dried. So you just chop.
Yeah, no, I just open it. Let me show you how it look like.
Yes.
So it comes like this, and then it has the seed. What I do, I just crack it open,
and you
take out the seed, and then just put this in the blender and blend it with. Yes.
That must make a creamy kind of taste.
Yeah, it makes it creamy and it has a good taste. So instead of using sugar or using sweetener, I use the dates instead.
And I've got sweet tooth, so that would be good. That would be good.
Yes.
However, I said, if you are losing weight, don't do that.
Yes.
If you are losing weight, if your objective is losing weight, don't go for it. It's just one of those bad things. It's going to be bad. Or you're going to do it one time.
Yes, I've had it for maybe like, since I started, I've used maybe like 3. When I will use this is when I don't have like a banana or strawberry, those fresh fruits. So if I'm doing just mostly vegetables, I will add this just to change the taste. If I'm like today, with this, I don't have dates in there because I have strawberries, I have the mix, the tropical fruits as well as half a banana. I did not put dates because all the fruits are they have sugar in them. So if I'm doing mostly vegetables, and then I'll add one of these just to give it a sweet taste.
Yes.
Rather than that's what I do.
I understand what you mean, Dorothy, and also you and Ndeye, that you learn. As soon as you start making them, you learn how to balance things a little bit.
Yes.
Don't you? You have to.
The more you go, the more you learn.
I've got to make some more of the vegetable ones as well. I'm excited about the vegetable ones. When I first put avocado in, again, that's another thing I thought, but there was quite a lot of avocado in the shop, and I tried it in there, and it was nice. It made it smooth.
Avocado. Talk to Luciana. She mixed a lot of avocado. She's the one you should talk.
I've never tried avocado in my smoothie. I've never tried it. I think I have to try it.
It's chocolate protein. You mix it. It's just kind of, if you had a shea butter in your chocolate, you just use the avocado instead of the shea butter. And then it's smooth and oily, and it's healthy.
Yeah.
You know,
I didn't use a big piece. I just used a little piece because I wasn't sure. But I had it in the fridge, and I didn't have any banana. So I just used a smallish piece of maybe 2 teaspoons just to see.
On the Facebook group, she posted a picture and what she put in it. And it was, I think, just avocado, water, and 1 scoop of protein shake chocolate.
Oh, there's a group. You have like there's a group where you.
I'll invite you.
Oh, okay, yeah, please.
Okay.
It seems to me that I'm the rhubarb girl. Dorothy, is it dates?
Yes, dates. Yes.
You are the date girls. And what is it for you, Ndeye?
Oh, I mixed a lot.
Lots of different ones, yeah.
I do a lot. I'm the recipe bookkeeper.
I
think for you, I used to hear kiwi a lot. Kiwi, that you use kiwi.
And I love which one I love the most? I think it's everything exotic. I like the I used to have what's the name? Lychee. Because I think I'm the only one.
I've heard you mention lychee too as well.
I do a lot of lychee and exotic fruits and dragon fruits too.
Oh, okay.
So I'm doing those exotic stuff.
That's awesome. And one thing that I'm working on right now, I'm trying to put together like a 7-day detox smoothie challenge.
Oh, so nice. I'm pretty sure people would be interested in. So.
Oh,
yes, I'm trying to do a detox. Yeah, I'm trying to put that together, like a detox smoothie for like 7 days. You have different recipes to go for 7 days. So I'm trying to put that together. I'm working on it. As soon as I'm done, I'll let you know. And
yes, please send me the link. That would be
and
go.
We would like to hear the poetry. We want the sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, we got excited about dates and spice and things like that. Okay.
And you do the sound effect of the ending, because we're gonna hear the sound effect.
Oh wow! I have one of those at home. That's awesome.
Happy smoothie hour. Soft, sweet, black, red, and blue fruits. Swirled and twirled and spun, till the liquid juice contained therein comes forth. A smooth delight. Pineapple, star fruit, kiwi, and plum, all mixed and mashed till the smoothie is all done. A green veggie mix can be just the thing, with kale, spinach, and florets of broccoli. Avocado as a smooth, verdant taste, so nice. Almond milk, oat milk, cashew milk too. All can add the nutrients that the smoothie is due. A blue smoothie, a pink smoothie, a green smoothie too. Add chocolate and cinnamon for a spicy, warm taste. For a tropical flavor, Ndeye, just add pineapple and a dash of coconut milk. You can add your favorite fruits, all you can think, with added protein powder for that extra staying power. Now the smoothie is made even better. Stomach full for longer. Happy day with plant energy and protein in my smoothie.
Wow.
Hip hip hooray!
Hip 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 hooray!
Wow, I love it. It's not reading it, but it's more lively.
Oh my God.
Thank you. So Dorothy, that's our smoothie, happy smoothie hour poetry. And Annette made it.
You give smoothie a whole new meaning. Oh my goodness, that's so awesome.
So Annette, you missed when we were talking about, we would like to have another talk as soon as possible. We're gonna, Dorothy is okay with that. We have to do some more research. And we would like to talk about the menopause symptoms. We would like to have the PMS issues and the diabetes issues. So if you game, we're gonna have another show where we're going to talk about those things in depth, because Dorothy raised the fact that many of those conversations are not raised, and many people are just being silent about that subject and that topic. And I think it's something we should kind of bring up and let people know that it's not something feeling bad only. It's something you could kind of overcome, having a smoothie which is tasting good, feeling good, and get better.
Yeah.
And also raise all the stuff. And Dorothy told us she had twins, and her twins are feeling the same PM issues, and she's feeling it, but she can't do much because she's not the one experiencing it. She could understand that they are going through the PMS, but that's the only thing she could do. I feel like if you raise that conversation, it's going to be easy to discuss about that and kind of try to make them feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah. Will be fascinating, definitely.
Okay, so we work on that. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for joining us today. Thank you, Annette, and welcome again. And it was really amazing. Sorry you were not able to join a little bit earlier.
Okay.
Oh, she finished. I'm not done. You make me talk all the time. I'm not done yet. I'll drink it later. So, Annette, I'm going to let you do the sound effects. And thank you so much, ladies, for watching. Thank you, guys, for watching. And see you soon. We'll see you next Wednesday. If you are game to join next Wednesday, I'll be more than happy to have you. If you want to recommend somebody to the show, just let me know as well. Thank you. So, and I'm going to give you the whole show, and you choose your last poetry to close up everything. So, bye-bye, everyone. I leave Dorothy.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
So I'm going to let you have the whole stage for you, and you do your music, your sound effect.
So I'm going to read a poem from my book. It's called Surprise, because I think it would be nice just to end on a nice positive note. It's a surprise because we all get surprises. I surprise myself by getting on the show, by being able to use the link. So that's my little surprise for the day. Okay. Surprise is when a person wakes from a long slumber and realize that it is spring and it will soon be summer. The time is now. Beginnings will flow, flowers will bloom, and trees will blossom. The caterpillar will wake from its pupae sleep, and we will see a butterfly that we can't keep. This is surprise. Rejoice and wake, refreshed. Life is surprise. Have a good day, everyone.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
In Ontario, but I'm originally from British Columbia. That's kind of where my roots lie. It's where my family is. And I came to Ontario 18 years ago now. I had to think about how to do the math in my head because I had just finished social work school and I got my social work degree and I got a job here with child protection. And so I did that for 15 years. 15 years there, yep. And, you know, things happened in my life and, you know, my mental health shifted and was not in a great place because it's a very stressful job. And so then I...
oh, sorry, I was just checking all out.
Okay. Okay. So then, you know, lots of things happened between that 2015 and 2020, where I am today. Lots of things happened in my life that have brought me to this place where I'm a completely different person. You know, I did 15 years of social work, and then I did 2 years working in a foster care agency, and then I realized that that just was not for me. I just didn't have it in me to do that kind of work anymore, and I let it go. And I, you know, I've kind of morphed over the years of what kind of a coach am I, and then I discovered hypnotherapy. And hypnotherapy for me is one of the best tools for creating change in your life. I'm all about doctors. You know, I have this image in my head of how people care for each other, how you have this circle of care, which includes doctors and massage therapists and chiropractors and, you know, aromatherapists and energy healers and Reiki practitioners. All of this is part of your really whole wellness. So very holistic approach. And then from there, I went from hypnotherapy into NLP, which is neuro-linguistic programming, which is really about changing some of the way we think, some of our neural patterns to really make big changes in your life. And that's where I am today. And I love my life. You know, I'm working hard and helping my clients and learning. I'm also a lifelong learner. So lots and lots of things to learn in our lives, and you can never stop. That's kind of me. I'm also a grandma, and I've got 2 adult children. I have a dog and a cat, and one of my pet peeves is when people mispronounce or misspell names. So I've worked really hard to get your name correct, which is Ndeye.
Yes.
Right? Because, you know, I've had people spell my name so many different ways, and I'm like, people, it's not that hard. It's Fiona. It's not that hard. And it really wasn't until the Shrek movies came out and Princess Fiona became popular that it was like, oh, there we go. That's how to spell it.
Luckily you had Shrek.
Exactly. I used to have little kids that when I worked with, and they're like, are you like Princess Fiona from Shrek? And I'm like, yes, I am. You should see me at night.
Yeah. Could you tell us a little bit about the neuro-linguistic and the hypnotherapy? What is it?
So hypnotherapy, I mean, I'm sure many people have, you know, your listeners have heard of hypnosis, in this stage hypnosis. You know, you get up there and the hypnotherapist or the hypnotist makes you do all kinds of goofy things and everybody laughs and have a good time. That's not my focus. My focus is actually helping people make changes in their lives. So I have people coming to me because they lack confidence to share their story on a stage, or people who are working through grief, or people who need help memorizing, people who want to release weight, people who want to quit smoking. Like, there's so many different things. One of my favorites is mind clutter, because everybody is so busy these days that our minds just get so busy that I have this wonderful hypnosis that is just about clearing the mind clutter, filing it all away in the files that it needs to be in, so that you can focus on the things that need the attention at that moment. So for me, hypnosis is just this tool where we go into this really deep trance and we allow our subconscious mind to do the work. Because really, our mind, you know, when I say, you know, the mind, I'm also a hand talker, so I hope everybody's okay with that. Our mind is like this, right? And so the top 5% of our mind is our conscious mind. That's the stuff that, you know, every day we kind of go through the motions, right? Then there's this line, it's called the critical faculty line. And it's typically a hard line. And so that things can't get through from unconscious to conscious, because the 95% is your unconscious mind, which is where what allows us to be alive, because our unconscious mind controls our breathing, our heart rate, our blood flowing, all of those things, right? And the prime directive of the unconscious mind is to keep us safe. And so with hypnotherapy, oftentimes people get these beliefs that I can't do this. I'm afraid to do this. I can't make the change. But really, it's their ego or their unconscious mind saying, no, we want to keep you safe, and we don't think this is a good thing to do, right or wrong, right? So when we go into trance, we take that critical faculty and I always describe it kind of as like airy-fairy, right? And so things can then get in, which is the suggestions when you're in trance. So the suggestions then get into your unconscious mind, and your unconscious mind says, oh, I get it now. That's an okay thing to do. We can do that. We can absolutely be more confident on stage. Absolutely, we want to quit smoking. Absolutely, we want to help you deal with the grief. Remember a name, right? Like, there's all kinds of things, because our unconscious mind has, like, every day there's thousands and thousands of bits of information that come into our mind. Some we remember, some we don't, but it's all in there. And so when we use hypnosis and we get into that trance state, you're not asleep. You're just in such a relaxed state that your unconscious mind gets to come out and play. And then when you team that with neuro-linguistic programming, which is really shifting how you believe the world and how you see the world and how you talk, and it's not like on that energetic field, you know, like the spirit side of it, but it's actually like kind of cool, because for me, I had lots of feelings of anger and sadness and hurt. And one of the techniques that I've had done on me or for me is one where I went back on my timeline to the very first event where I felt anger or guilt or sadness or whatever the piece was that we were working on. And I went back to that moment in my mind, and I took the lessons from it, but I released the emotion. So one of the, I mean, there was two in particular that were really hit me. One was fear. So I actually went back to a past life. And in my past life, I was like a social justice warrior, and it was kind of medieval times. And in this past life, I would use my voice to help the underprivileged people with no money, no food. And I was speaking out against the powers that be. And I hope this isn't too graphic
like a Robin Hood.
Yes. But I was burned at the stake. And I have that memory because I've done some of this work prior. But when I used this timeline therapy technique, the fear was gone. I removed the fear from that moment, so that all I had was the lesson, and the lesson was continue to use your voice. You are important. You are powerful. You are strong. And then what happens is then you take that emotion and you go forward on your timeline, and very much like pearls on a necklace, right? So you remove that emotion from all of the events in your life right up into the present where you felt fear, and the fear is removed. The lessons are learned, and the memory stays there, because we don't want to lose the memory, right? Because memories are important, but the emotion is gone. The guilt one was, I thought I had the guilt one down pat, but when I went through this technique, the person who was doing it with me, she kept pushing me and pushing me and pushing me until I actually went to my moment of birth. And I was the youngest of 6 children. You know, for many years I had been told, you know, I was supposed to be a brand new house, you know, and then my mom got pregnant with me. So there was all these little bits and pieces that, you know, as a child, I would be like, oh, I didn't think anything of it, but my subconscious and my belief system was that we never had all of those things because I was born. So there's the guilt. But when I went back to that moment of my birth, I released the feeling of guilt, and all I felt was love and a sense of being wanted and part of my family, part of something. And then again, like the pearls on the necklace, removed all the guilt from all the events from that moment until the present. And now I don't feel guilt anymore. I don't feel that I'm not good enough, because there was a lot of that, you know, like if you're responsible for that, then why are you trying to do this, right? So those limiting beliefs that are set into us, you know, before we're about 7 or 8 years old, those things were all there, but I've removed all of those, and it's such a good place to be. So now I work with clients and do that very same technique and get them releasing those negative emotions so that they're able to move forward in their lives, because we get stuck. We get stuck with that because the belief system says you're not good enough. This is all your fault. Nobody loves you, right? Like all of those terrible negative things that stop us from really stepping into our light and being who we're meant to be. So yeah, so that's why I love this stuff. I love seeing the change. It's fabulous.
And speaking of which, based on your experience, what about those who had like a teacher or professor who always blame you and told you that you are not good enough? those kind of situations that you face when you were younger or being bullied at school, and having those scares and having to live with those memories, is it something that the hypnotherapy could help with?
Yes. Now, hypnotherapy should never ever replace like psychotherapy.
Okay.
You know, like using hypnotherapy, I am never going to be able to help you cure PTSD or get rid of PTSD or depression. What it will do, you work in conjunction, right? So so those feelings that were, you know, those limiting beliefs that were put into us that we're not good enough, you know, you're dumb, you're not smart enough to pass this test. Definitely that's the piece that hypnotherapy can work on, right? And using the NLP techniques to give you that sense of, yeah, I am good enough. I am smart enough. I can do this, right? Because when we think we're not good enough, and we believe that, of course, we're never going to get the things that we desire or deserve in life. You know, and it all starts back when we're small and carries on from past lives as well. I had one client who I did this technique with, and we actually went back to, it was I've never had this experience before, but I actually could see him as this like a very fairy, like very earth, you know, like almost mystical. And he was carrying his mother who had died, this, like, I call it a fairy for lack of a better word. But that's where he went in this, and it was the sadness that he was releasing and letting go of all that. And this, I mean, I didn't even know how far back we went because he couldn't tell me, but he was describing all of this, and it was just this beautiful moment. And it made such a change in him, such a change. It was wonderful. So, you know, when we talk about, you know, people who have been bullied or people who have been, you know, told that they're not smart enough and they're not good enough, absolutely hypnotherapy and NLP can help you move past those and help you to get to that point where you believe in yourself, because that's what it comes down to is I need to believe in myself. I have to trust myself that, yes, I am smart enough. I am good enough. I am loved. I am lovable.
And let's say somebody who's been all her entire life, of course, bullied, have all those past life experience that was not really good for her or for him. Is it something like after the recurrence of the bad experiences, is it something that you could break the cycle?
Yes, if we get to that point, yeah, like if it's, you keep sabotaging yourself, right? Because as a child, you're bullied and you're told that you're not good enough, and you always become a victim, right? And you live in that place of victimhood. We remove that. We remove all those emotions. And then we also do a lot of work to build you up, to get you to that place where, yes, you have confidence. Yes, you are loved. And no, you don't have to be bullied anymore, because you are worth so much. Because my personal belief is that everyone has this deep sense of worth within them. And everybody is worthy of being loved. And I don't care who you are. I always say there's no bad people. There's people who have bad behaviors and make bad choices. So even those people who, you know, the big bad criminals, right? And I'm like, something happened to them that made them this way. I don't excuse their behaviors, but something happened to make them behave this way. They had a choice. So yeah, so people that, you know, have been bullied, I mean, it really takes a toll on your self-worth, right? Like I'm no good. I'm just this thing that nobody loves and everybody can take advantage of, because bullying, we know, comes in so many different forms. You know, from physical pushing, stealing, you know, your lunch money at school, to as an adult, sometimes it's very passive, right? Like you're at work. Yeah. And, you know, like you're at work and your colleagues all go out for lunch and they don't invite you. right? Or you walk into a room and people stop
to make a
talking.
little announcement. We have more than 7 people watching live, but
Awesome.
I just realized that I can't comment at all from this platform. So sorry about that. We'll get back to you. If you have any question or comment, we could see the questions and all the comments, but I can't write to you back. So just comment and I'll read it. I don't know, Fiona, if you could access to any comment. I don't think.
Let me check on my phone. Where would I don't see any here.
Okay, if you don't, let's just tell everybody to know that the fact that we can't answer, it's not our fault. Sorry about that. But we get back to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll get the comments and answer any questions you may have, because as you can tell, I like to talk about this stuff.
Yeah,
because
I love it. And it's a nice
so
conversation.
It can be so changing in your life and positive changes. And, you know, I call myself a results coach. Because when we work together, results happen. It's, you know, like you get results, and depending on the amount of work that you are prepared to put in is the result that you're going to get. If you don't do any work, well, the result that you get is no change. But if you do the work and you dig deep and you go into it and you work together, you know, the results can be anything, right? Can be amazing.
True.
Yeah.
Sorry about interrupting.
That's okay.
We were talking about the fact that you could have all your past life, all your past experience. What about the culture? Is it something you could face? Because if you were raised in a culture where you feel like you have to be in a certain way, that's going against your success. Is it something that you could kind of help using the hypnotherapy?
Well, and the piece about hypnotherapy and your unconscious mind is your unconscious, like you have to want the change. And again, your subconscious mind is never going to let you do anything that is dangerous. So culture, that's a really interesting question. And I haven't actually had that before. It would be your unconscious mind. Like if your culture is, you know, you have Sunday dinner with the family every week. Mm-hmm. If that's part of the culture, and you just don't want to go anymore, but you're afraid to say, I don't want to go, then absolutely we can do some hypnotherapy on building your confidence about saying, you know what, I don't want to go to dinner on Sunday night. If it's more of a culture, like a Muslim culture, you know, or like where there's like a definite patriarchy versus matriarchy, mm-hmm. right? Like those kinds of things, like, is changing that going to be safe for you? That's something we'd have to figure out, right? Like if you are come from a very patriarchal culture and all of a sudden you want to be this free woman, are you prepared for the potential backlash or coming out as gay, right? Like there is backlash to that, and pardon my language, it pisses me off because it shouldn't be backlash, but there is. So when you come out as gay, as the person who you are, there is consequences, and how can I help to support you with that? Who do you have to support you with that decision to come out? And I'm not saying stay in and hide who you are, but just be prepared, because you're going to have the strength to deal with it. Like the strength is from your family to say, you're gay, you're not my kid, I don't want anything to do with you, right? Like that's a significant consequence. So we can use hypnotherapy and we can use NLP techniques to give you the ability to manage that piece of it. Like, how do you get through? Because effectively you've lost your family if they don't like who you are. So what do you do next? How do you get through that?
That's right? A tough one.
It's very tough. It's very tough. But with that, I would also be recommending like psychotherapy to deal with the consequences for that as well, right? Like that's a huge hit to everything when your family says, see ya. you're not the person I thought you were,
Yeah.
right? Like that's a huge hit. So, you know, and there's that holistic approach, right? Like using the hypnotherapy and the NLP for, you know, sort of the confidence building, and using the psychotherapy to help really kind of process what's going on.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, very
and
tough.
I have I don't know if you heard of the new launch. There is a new TV series called Little Voice. And I watched the first 2 or 3 episodes, and there is a lady, it's a young teenager. She is mixed, so she had a multicultural family, white mom, black dad. Dad used to be famous. He was a big singer, but now he's not what he used to be. He's barely able to catch end to end.
Right.
To pay bills and everything. And so she had to work really early at a pub to have some money for herself and family. And in the meantime, she had her best friend who happened to be gay, but she is from Indian descent, born and raised in the US, but Indian descent, with a family that used to be like old age, old time, doesn't really agree on the new options, being gay, etc.
Right.
And she was fully in love with a woman, and she can't tell her mom. So they had an accident of, you know, how people are, they throw at her a bottle on her face. So she ended up on the ER. And the point was, the last episode was, what should she do? Is it like you have to face your family, knowing that they are old fashioned and you lose them forever, or you lose your love?
Right. That, you know, and that is really hard. And it comes down to that choice you make, because if you choose your heritage, then are you really true to yourself? Are you who you are? Personally, I'm always going to say, be who you are. And if they can't accept who you are, that's a them problem, not a you problem. You know, I have members of my family who are homosexual, and I fully support them because that's who they are. And if you can't, and if there's people in their lives that don't accept them for who they are, again, that's a them problem, not my family member's problem. Right?
Yeah, but
and
how do you face it? Like, let's say somebody's watching right now and facing the same situation. How do you make a move? Because it's kind of like being between, you don't want to lose your family because that's who you know all your entire life.
Yeah.
In the meantime, you don't want to lose the person you love.
Well, that's a really tough one. It's, you know, again, I'm always going to say, you need to be you, and you need to be happy with the choice. And doing some visualization, if you close your eyes and see yourself in 25 years, where are you? Did you side with your family? And are you happy? Are you, you know, like, are you married and have children and just going through the motions? Or did you choose you and go with the person you love and have a fulfilling life that's one of joy and happiness and everything you desired it to be? Which choice do you want? Because it all comes down to a choice. You know, that would be my advice. What I would tell someone to do is to think really long and hard about what's best for you. If you think that you can hide who you are for the next 25, 30, 40, 50 years, but are you really going to be happy? Are you going to have joy? Are you going to be able to, like, that? Because that's a huge barrier, right? And so living your life with your light dimmed, is that life? Is that, I don't know. I don't know. It's that person's choice, right?
Yeah. And I think
I'd always say choose yourself.
What I heard you saying is that you have to work on yourself first. You have to know really and truly who you are, because you can't make any move, any decision if you really don't know where you are, where you stand, and what is really your real value.
That's right. Absolutely.
And what would be the
Because
best advice on
if
that?
you're not true to yourself,
how to know your true self?
that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of, and you really have to dig deep. I mean, I thought that who I was a wife and a mother and a grandmother and a social worker. You know, I thought that's who I was. Then life handed me a whole bunch of stuff that I had to deal with in a short period of time. And then I did all of that internal work because I had to find out who I was. And yes, I'm a mother and a grandmother and a coach, but I'm no longer a wife. I am, you know, my son told me one night, he says, Mom, I can't take this hippy dippy lifestyle you have. Because I'm also the person that's like, you know what? It will be what it will be. You know, I'm not worried about what's going to happen because that doesn't do me any good. I can't change what other people are going to do. I can only change what I'm going to do. I think I may have gotten off track here, but you know, it's the piece about digging deep, finding out who you are, who you are deep inside at your soul, right? And this is who I am.
And
now, I'm not the person I thought
everybody could help you find out, like if you have real doubts about what's the best thing to do. Is it a technique that could help?
I would say hypnotherapy could be part of it, but there's more to that. Would be more of the a sort of a longer term process, like a longer term coaching, one-on-one coaching to help you find out who you are, using the different techniques that I have, and talking, right? Like, what makes you happy? When you think about what your perfect day is, what does that look like? Who's in that perfect day with you? What are you doing in that perfect day? Where are you in that perfect day? And then we incorporate hypnotherapy into giving you the confidence to go after that perfect life, or to help you manifest that perfect life using meditation even. I also use meditations. But the first thing we have to do is, once we find out what it is that you want, then we start getting rid of the things that are holding you back. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be that belief that I'm not good enough, I'm not lovable, I'm not loved, I'm not worthy. Right? And then once we get rid of those things, then we can start, we break down and we peel the onion, right? We peel the onion to get to the core of, who am I? I am Fiona. I'm very passionate about what I do. Yes, I'm a mother. Yes, I'm a grandmother. Yes, I'm a coach, but I'm also someone who knows what I want and I go for it. I live my life my way. No one tells me what to do. I'm very independent. And I know that kind of makes me sound, you know, if you use that word, selfish, right? But I'm not selfish. I'm probably one of the least selfish people I've ever met, because I give freely of myself. And I never used to. I used to always hold that back, or I give and expect somebody to give me something in return. But that's really who I wasn't. But who I am now is the person. I have fabulous self-care. I've insight into when I'm not feeling well. If I know, and I have had mental health struggles for years and years and years, and I know when depression is coming back, and I take the steps to address it. I don't put my head in the sand anymore. If I'm feeling kind of off, I'm like, okay, I'm feeling off because this is depression, or am I feeling off because it's 90 degrees in my apartment and I haven't slept for 3 days?
Could
right?
that call it awareness of yourself now?
Pardon me?
Is it awareness of yourself?
Yes, I'm very much self-aware of what I need and when I need it.
And what you can't take.
Right. Because, and there's things that I have no control over. And I'm also, you know, that's a you problem, not a me problem. You know, people always say that to me, like, you know, when someone, like when my son said, I really can't take this hippy dippy life that you live. And I'm like, okay, But that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Oh, I have a shirt like that. I'm going to send you a picture. It's really funny.
Okay.
The shirt says, somebody cares about your problem. It's just not me.
Exactly.
Just find somebody who cares.
Exactly. And that's the piece about now. I used to be the person that cared what other people thought, and now I don't. And because I'm doing things.
I don't think you don't. It's more like you choose which battle to fight for.
Yeah.
So if you want to care about something, you go for it. But if you think there is no control, there is nothing you could do, it's not something you're going to be worried about.
Right. Right. And I pick my battles, right? Like these days on social media, like if we go to the sort of this trending topic of face masks, I wear a face mask when I go out. Mm-hmm. I support face masks. And I scroll past so much silliness on social media. And I'm like, oh, do I pick my battles here? And today I actually, and so most of it, I'm just like, everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is not mine. But today, for some reason, there was a post and I shared it all about wearing a face mask, because today was the day I decided, okay, this is the battle I'm going to pick. Right. And that's how I live my life. Is this important enough for me to go toe to toe with you on? But at the end of the day, if I can't change your opinion, that's okay. It's your opinion.
Cool. And to add to that, I decided 2 or 3 days ago to help. So I said, okay, to my author friends, I feel like I'm going to have a road trip soon. So here I am. Anyone needs a review? So I posted it in a group where I'm a member, and guess what? I received 2 or 3 people saying that I'm a scam, that I am offering review for money. Mm-hmm. So some of them I was like, do I answer or do I just ignore them? And then I decided the first 2 or 3, I just delete them and block the person. And then at some point I was like, you know what? I just asked somebody who said, are you asking for money? I'm like, did I ask you for money?
Right. No.
So I never had a response from that one. And then the other one was like, it's a scam. I'm not talking to people who had been blocked by Amazon for writing fake reviews.
Wow.
So, and then I'm going to report you to the admin and blah, blah, blah. I don't remember what was the end, because I stopped at that moment. I was like, it's so silly. And then the admin itself came in and says, thank you for your offer, for helping, but we're going to monitor your posts because maybe you are doing something not good.
Right.
I said, thank you for jumping in. And it's really nice to kind of get to the point that I'm just helping for helping.
Right.
Randomly, because I don't know them. And then she said, yes, that's what I figure out. I said, too bad you figure out that, but you did not figure out that some mean person are commenting some stupid stuff on top of the fact that I'm doing something nice. She never answered.
Right. Right. And so then the decision for you is, do I stay in this group or do I leave?
I'm wondering.
Right. Like, is it important enough for me to stay in this group? Or like, am I going to spend my energy trying to almost at this point prove myself? Or am I just going to say, see ya, I'm out?
Except the thing is, it's not because the admin was stupid. It's not because 2 or 3 was stupid that's going to make my good action void. So the fact that I want to leave means like maybe they were white somewhere. And the fact that I stay, but I would stay away from those people who are kind of not positive and stick to the people who are nice, because it's not because you have 4 or 5 people not okay in the group that makes the whole group not good.
Right. And
again,
the
same for the mask you said, to come back to your point, the mask is the same thing. You have people doing the mask, just fighting for, I think they are just fighting for the sake of fighting.
Yes. Yeah.
And they like the chaos you have behind it. And there is nothing you could do to kind of make them see the positiveness of things, because maybe they just like to see it negative all along.
Right. And that's their view of life is, I mean, I'm sure you have people in your life as well. Like I know I do, where everything bad always happens to them. Nothing good ever happens to them. You know, why did they get that and I don't?
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that is where the spiritual side of me and the energetic side of me kind of slides in, because I tell people I'm kind of in the woo closet, is that they're bringing all that negativity on themselves.
Yeah.
When you are sending out negative energy, the universe is saying, all right, here you go. Here's some more.
You get some
here's
more.
here's all the stuff you wanted. Right. So,
yeah.
and for me, like people often tell me, why do you have your rose colored glasses on again? Life is not all that good. And I'm like, I quite like my rose colored glasses. My life is pretty good. I have a positive outlook on life and positive things happen for me.
That's awesome. Where to find you, Fiona?
Well, where to find me? I am, oh gosh, I'm on social media. I'm on Facebook. So my Facebook is Fiona Barr. I should probably have written that down. My page is Results Coach Fiona, I think. Oh my God, this is terrible.
Well, you could add in the comment below.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, so Facebook, I'm just Fiona Barr. That's my profile. Oops. Yeah, that's it. Fiona. Oh God, I can't type. Barr is my profile.
No, that's what I just realized today. I don't know why it said can't post comment today. So.
Oh dear. Okay. And
we're gonna do it later. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah. And my page is Results Coaching with Fiona. Results
Coaching Fiona.
Coaching with. Oh my God, I cannot type with Fiona. I have a website, which is Fiona. Okay, FionaBarCoaching.com. And then I also
your full
have
name, FionaBarCoaching.com.
Yep. And then Instagram. What's my Instagram? Instagram is something like I'm just kind of ramping up Instagram. Results Coach Fiona. What is it?
Yeah, because the private chat doesn't go live publicly. So that means we have to post it once we are no longer live.
Right.
So sorry, guys, you just have to kind of check once we're done below this this interview, which is going to be a video no longer live. And I have a question. What's your best memories doing this job?
My best memories doing this job? One of my best memories is I had a client / friend, and she was getting on a stage to share her story. It was Sunday night, and she had not prepared anything, and she was starting to freak out. And I was like, okay, get over here. So she came over, and we did a simple hypnosis about building her confidence. Yes, you can do this. You're strong. You're independent. Like, you've got this, like all of those things. She got on the stage the next night and she killed it.
Wow.
She killed it because her unconscious mind had taken all the suggestions in. She dressed the way we described it through the hypnosis, because the piece with hypnosis is the suggestions that I give the client are actually your own words. Your own words. I don't make anything up. So if you say to me, I want to wear clothes like Lily Tomlin, and I want earrings, and big dangly earrings, I will put that into the suggestion that you see yourself on stage dressed like Lily Tomlin with your big bangly earrings, right? And because it creates this image. And when she got on stage the next night, she just killed it, which was fabulous. Awesome. My next best one is I have a friend who recently lost his dad. And so we've been doing a lot of work on grief. And I had sent him a hypnosis on saying goodbye to a loved one. And he loved it. And it helped him tremendously to be able to say goodbye.
That's awesome.
And for me, that was like, this is so worth it. So worth it, because losing someone is one of the hardest things you can do, right? So that's the two of my best memories. Yeah. Myself, I love to go into hypnosis. I love being hypnotized. I get into such a deep trance. And there are times when I'm like, I don't want to come out. You can't make me. And so the hypnotist will be like, Fiona, time to wake up. And they'll have it. And I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Because it is the most relaxed you'll ever feel.
And how do you cope with the COVID-19? Because now you can't see on one-on-one. How do you cope with that?
Hypnosis is easily done via Zoom.
Okay.
As long as I can see you. Like I tried to do a hypnosis, like a live group hypnosis. The problem is that as a hypnotherapist, I need to be able to see the person to make sure they're safe. Make sure they're still sitting or laying comfortably. For myself, I kind of tend to do this when I go into trance. So my hypnotherapist will often say, and Fiona, you will stay safe and secure in your chair. That's the suggestion he gives me, so that even if I do this, I'm not going to fall out of my chair. And it's also watching body language because if we're doing like a memory regression or something like that, it's like, okay, are they in a good place right now?
Okay.
Am I seeing pain? Am I seeing, something that's happening that's causing them discomfort? Then I can bring them out or move around doing it.
So COVID-19 doesn't really affect the fact that you could do it?
No, I can do it.
But not for the group. You have to have. And what about having a small group of 2 or 3 people maybe at the same time?
I have done some group hypnosis. With that, it's kind of a very generic hypnosis. Like one-on-one, if you were to come to me and say, Fiona, I really need help sleeping, I could tailor a hypnosis to you. But when we have a group, it's like I've done my group ones were like on the mind clutter, dealing with COVID-19, finding strength and confidence in this crazy time we're living in. So things like that. So it's like a generic one that would go for anybody.
Okay. And so what's the process? Like right now, somebody interested right now to join you or to have your services, how does it work? Is there like a meeting before, or how does it work?
Typically what I like to do is I like to get on a Zoom call with them to chat about what it is they're looking for. Is this something that hypnosis can work for? I had someone who contacted me asking if I could help them remember remember a traumatic event for court case. And I can't do that. Like nothing anybody comes up is ever admissible in court.
Okay.
So people can reach out to me either by Facebook or, my phone number is on my website. Like just reach out to me, we'll connect. And if it's a good fit, then we work together. Typically what I like to do is I like to do 5 sessions of hypnosis because it does take some time for the subconscious mind to really kind of grasp and get a hold of it.
Okay. But before the 5th time, you have a free call. That's when you could listen to the story and see if you might be or might not be a good fit. Because some people would be scared that they don't know if you're going to be a fit and it's going to be charged right away. So that's something that's important to kind of talk about it and make sure everybody is not a good fit for this technique.
That's right.
Yeah. So you have to contact Fiona and make sure you have a call. And then decide if it's something you could do. And in case it works well, you have your 5 session set on Zoom, or eventually we hope COVID-19 would be lifted up. Yes. And then you're going to have the option to have a face-to-face.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I have a personal question now. How could you be a dog mom and a cat mom at the same time?
Well, when my marriage ended, I got a cat because I don't know whether I was in a bit of a state of shock, but the day my husband moved out was the day I went to the pound and got a cat. Part of it may have been because he said, we're never having a cat. And it may have been a bit of a, screw you, I'm getting a cat. But then it took me about a week and a half to name her, and I named her Freedom because she was really the start of my new life.
Okay.
And then from there, I got a second cat because I thought Freedom needed a partner. And then I lost Freedom at Halloween because she got sick. And then the dog came along because my daughter had a friend who they had this dog, and they also have 2 small children, and things weren't going well in their home. And I was like, well, I'll take her. Why not? because it's what I do, right? That's what I do. And now Lucy, she's asleep on the bed over there, is my buddy, you know, and we go for walks. She keeps me active. She keeps me motivated to get outside, because part of the self-awareness I have about myself is that I could very easily just become a hermit.
Okay.
I can do this all day long. I could chat to people online all day long. I could, you know, interact with people, you know, this way, but the dog actually gets me outside. Which
you have to take care of the dog.
I have to take care of the dog, and she takes care of me.
Awesome. Nice couple.
Also, you know what? And it's somebody like, I talk to her. I talk to her all the time. And
yeah, but usually people would say I'm more like a dog type or I'm more like a cat type.
I'm both. Growing up, I always had a dog and a cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So was it more like a legacy, or if you had to choose between the two, which one would it be?
Oh, that's a really hard question. I mean, the cat's really independent, and I can go away overnight and leave the cat and not have to worry about her. With the dog, I have to get someone to come in, or I have to take her with me, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the cat also is like so independent. There are days when I don't see her until it's 3 o'clock in the morning and she's meowing in my face to feed her. so those are the days where I would pick the dog. You know, like I'm going away for a few days in August, and so I've got someone coming to house sit, to look after the dog and cat, because I can't just leave them.
Okay, but still I don't have the answer. Are you more like a dog mom or cat mom?
Oh, it's, you know, I don't know that I have an answer for that. I think I'm both. I really am. Yeah, I love them both. I love cats.
Let's say it's a sci-fi mission. We have end of the world, and you have to pick a side.
I have to pick a side. I would probably pick the dog, because the dog is more company.
Okay.
The dog is like, she's with me all the time. Like I go to the washroom and she's with me, you know, like, so she's company, more company than the cat.
The cat needs you when they want to have feed.
That's right. The cat needs me when she needs me, not when I need her. So,
okay.
Sorry, Peanut. That's, you know, wherever you are.
Thank you so much. So one last question. Where do you see us for Christmas, for the holiday seasons?
Oh, gosh. My view is that our normal is now completely different. I think that holidays, if we have, you know, if we can celebrate our holidays with larger families, absolutely. But I think we also need to be very careful of spreading this illness. So having, you know, like for myself, I have Christmas with my daughter and her in-laws and the grandchildren. And so there's only like 6 or 8 of us, which works. Mm-hmm. Would I like to be able to see big parties again? Yes. I have a very dear friend who has this beautiful Christmas open house every year. Will she be able to do that this year? I don't know. And that would be very sad, because it's a tradition. It must be 15 years that they've been doing this. But I also, is it a risk to have that? So I think our new normal is wearing masks, you know, social distancing, keeping our gatherings smaller, you know. Here in the Niagara region at Thanksgiving, we have this great craft fair. And there's, in our little town of Vineland that we used to live in, there's a family that they had like 110 vendors on their property. And then the school across the street has another 110. And then people are selling their crafts all up and down the street. And it's the whole Thanksgiving weekend. I don't see that happening this year.
No.
Because
we had here the marigold, how they call it, marigold operation or something like that, where they have all the kids from school planting marigolds, and all the summer we had those river of yellow flowers. Mm-hmm. This year it did not happen because of COVID. And I wonder, Christmas market would ever be again like Christmas market the one we used to have, because it's a large gathering. And I don't know. It's just I'm hoping we get back to the old normal, but I know I'm kind of aware that the old normal may never come back too.
Right. And we may have a new normal. And it may be, I mean, I think that there's some really good things that have come out of the way we have to live our lives now. I mean, one of the things, the street I live on, there's a pub up the street, and when everything was closed, it was clean, it was tidy. Then the patios opened up. The day after they had their first patio, the street was covered in garbage.
Oh.
And like coasters and cigarette butts and napkins. And I'm like, oh, what a shame.
You missed the COVID-19 worst period.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and the roads were quieter, and you know, like there wasn't as much traffic. Gas was cheaper. Now gas is back up to over $1, right? Like, come on. So there is some really positive things that came out of this. And so I'm hoping, like, for me, Christmas has always been a really special time of the year. It's where families get together and celebrate with each other, celebrate the time. And I'm hoping that, I mean, maybe, again, my rose-colored glasses, that maybe the holidays will be less materialistic and more
family or human.
This family and human and people connecting with one another.
Sure. And the local community taking care of their local stores and local.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hopefully. I love that idea.
Yeah.
And to come back to the hypno, this one, since we are talking about the fact that you are so stressed and we discussed the tradition, if you feel like it's too heavy on you and you can't go through this new holiday season, let's say Thanksgiving, you can't do the tradition. Is there something like that that you could help with? Like
Absolutely.
You feel like it's coming, Halloween is coming, Thanksgiving is coming. It's never gonna be the old normal you used to, and you struggle with that. Is it something that you could
Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe that we could. I mean, together we would come up with a way to kind of relieve the anxiousness about not being able to do it the way we used to, and accepting the new normal and allowing ourselves to be in the moment and enjoy what we have, as opposed to looking at what we've lost.
That's awesome. And before the call, is there something like I would like to contact you? Is there something I have to think about before we have the call? Like what I'm going to ask you or how I'm going to tell you the story? Is there a better way to be prepared before?
I mean, having an idea of what it is you'd like to change. But that's the point of the discovery call, is to kind of dig in and pull a little bits and pieces out, right? Like if you come to me and say, I'm just stuck, I don't know what I'm doing anymore, then that's going to take a little bit more. But we can definitely, you know, like, and if we can't, and if it turns out that, you know, working with me is not something, I will say that. I will say, you know what, I think that this, maybe you need to try this. Or maybe, you know, seeing a therapist, maybe your better bet, right? Like, I have no problems. For me, being in this business is not about becoming rich. It's about helping people. Yes, I want to be compensated for my time and my expertise and my skills. But at the end of the day, I want to be able to serve you and help you become the best version of yourself. Break down those barriers that are holding you back. Help you find the thing that lights you up so that you can then have joy.
Awesome.
Because one of the things is, I've done a lot of work with a coach in the joy, it's called the Joy Revolution. And it's really learning more about joy and where does that come from? Because there's a big difference between joy and happiness, right? Happiness is fleeting. Joy is internal. Joy is what lights me up. So I use joy often in the words that I use to help people find their joy. And my personal joy revolution is breaking down those barriers. Stuck in that place that doesn't allow you to move forward, because I've had them. I've had all those barriers, and I've demolished them. I've had tons of
So
barriers
based on your past experience, it's more like if I'm coming to you, you are able, based on what you experienced before, to be able to understand better what the person or me coming to you is facing on a daily basis, and you could...
Oh, you're frozen.
Oh, I'm back. So is it something like... So I come to you and I'm telling you my whole story based on the fact that you are also using the same technique. You could easily understand and get back to me and be a better help, support.
Yeah, you keep freezing, but I think what you're trying to ask is that if during the discovery call, we're going to figure out what it is that you... some people come to me very clearly. I want to quit eating sugar. I want to quit smoking. I want to lose weight. Other people are, I'm just stuck. I don't know where we go. So we talk, I get their life story, and then we kind of, and so that's when it's social work skills, it's life experience, it's my NLP techniques, it's the hypno, all of those things come into play, and we develop a plan to help you move forward.
Okay, that was my
Does
question.
that answer your question?
Yes, and thank you, Christine, for watching. I don't see the other name, but I saw that one. Hi, Christine. So now, the title of this show was Healthy Entrepreneur Makes a Successful Entrepreneur. So when it comes to entrepreneur, this is going to be our last. We are on almost 1 hour.
Okay.
What would you tell, what's the kind of struggle the entrepreneurs usually have? You know, sometimes they kind of roam around like a cycle and keep making the same mistake, like the same scenario, but they change the characters all the time. So is there something you could tell to any entrepreneur watching right now? What would be the best advice, approach? And since you said it earlier, there is no reason to feel like I don't know what to ask, because you could still figure out during the your session and figure out if it could be a fit or not.
Right. You know, as an entrepreneur, I've had my struggles, right? For sure. When I started this journey, I was going to be one thing, and then that changed into something else. And it wasn't until I found hypnotherapy that really sparked the fire in me. Because at one point I said, screw this, I'm not built for this entrepreneur world. And I went back to work, and I took a year to kind of really figure things out. And then I saw the hypnotherapy post, and I was like, oh, that's the thing. And I have not looked back. So for any entrepreneurs, absolutely connect with me, and we can talk about what's holding you back. Let's figure out what's holding you back. Is it focus? Is it clarity? We all struggle. We all have those moments.
Yeah, and failure, and the fear of failure.
Yeah. Right. I mean, if you can see this board behind me, this is my new, because I'm in a mastermind, and I talked about how I was having trouble being focused. And someone said to me, it's not focus, it's clarity, Fiona. You don't have clarity. And so I went out yesterday and I bought all of these Post-it notes and markers and a whiteboard, and I started writing down everything, because I have this new project that I'm working on. But I was all over the place. But now I have this. Now I've got clarity on what I can do, and then I can just hone it down to what I want.
That's great.
Because it's about
so
having
much
clarity.
Yeah. We have
well, thank you for having
now.
me on here. This was fun.
It was really fun. Awesome. Thank you so much. And whoever needs help or support and you don't know what to do it. And you told me when we had our last call that there is nothing to do beside having the session. We did not discuss that. So you don't give any exercise or any homework?
Depending on what it is, right? Like if it's straight hypnotherapy, there's no homework. But if we're doing what's breakthrough, which is like the longer coaching program, there is work to be, there is some homework for you. It's not hard.
People don't usually like homework. Is it a hard homework or is it light?
No, well, it depends, because the homework is about digging deep. It's about going inside of you. which is the hard part, right? Yeah. But it's not scary. And trust me, if you can do this, if you are committed and ready to invest in yourself, your life can be anything you want it to be. You got to put yourself first.
Cool. Thank you so much, Fiona, and thank you for watching. We have Chris. She was here twice, I think. Thank you, Chris, for watching. And we're going to check all the comments below and add all the links. Sorry about the technical issues. Thank you so much, Fiona. And sorry also for the technical issue due to the storm, because I have a storm where I am.
Right.
But it went obviously well, but just in case it's frozen somewhere.
This has been awesome.
Thank you so much, Fiona.
All right. We'll talk soon. Bye.